Welcome to Breathing for Runners. In Breathing for Runners, I'm going to show you how to harness your breath and become an unstoppable runner. My goal is to help you unblock your airways so that you can be running with full power within the next week. I gave up running 10 years ago, retaught myself to breathe, retaught myself to run from the ground up. Since then, I've completed my 200-hour yoga teacher training. I'm an Oxygen Advantage instructor, and now I've been pushing this stuff to the limits with my breath and my body, completing the UTA 50 Ultra Trail Australian Ultra Marathon, completing the Tarawera Ultra Marathon 100-kilometer run here in New Zealand. And I'm going to show you the exact breathing techniques in this course that got me to do that with way less effort, way more ease, and almost unstoppable. So let's dive into the course, and I'm going to walk you through what's going on in Breathing for Runners today. Shifting over to my computer. Here we are. We've got everything set up. Here's what we're going to cover. The power of the breath. The power of the breath is one of the most amazing gifts that we have. And as you know, you can go weeks without food, months without water, but really seconds without breath. And so that's why I feel it is one of the most important things that people don't train and super overlooked. Why breath training for runners? Why is this important when we run? What's the ins and outs of it? And are there any benefits, right? We're going to go through the course curriculum. We've got an exciting range of topics that we're going to cover, and throughout that there are some awesome exercises that can get you breathing straight out the bat and really supporting your running and practical, simple tools that you can use in your day-to-day. The goal and the rewards in this program, I want to make it fun because life's all about fun, and I'm going to share with you my vision and how we're going to make that happen. So if you're in for that, I'm up for that, because learning this stuff not only changes our lives, but we should have fun doing it. Important things to remember, as this is a community environment and I'm looking here to give you as much value as possible, I just want to establish the ground rules for everyone being here throughout the course. And I'll share some insights about going beyond running. At the end, we'll cover how to get help and support so that everyone's on the same page and you can get exactly what you need when you need throughout this course. Appreciate any followings on YouTube and Instagram. You can follow there for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. It's often where I have my greatest ideas, or you'll find me halfway through an ultra run and something will come to me and I'll put it up. So that's exactly where you'll find the latest stuff and where this is all going. So that gets released on there really regularly. So follow those channels at that handle to get the latest exclusive content. Share the course. Okay, let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. This is designed to give you a ton of value, to get your breathing up to speed, to make your running better so that you can go injury-free and become unstoppable in your running. These tools should be given to everyone. I don't know why they don't teach it at school. Please share if you find this valuable. Train your team. Free online training for sports teams. If you find this valuable and you're part of a running club, a netball club, an AFL team, American football, you name it, running team, track team, might just be your local running crew, train them. Share these tools with other people. They are safe for the majority of everyone, and they're simple and effective so that everyone can run easier. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, be present, don't fast forward. Pro tip, you can watch this content on 2x speed to get through it, but just make sure that you just slow down when you see the word exercise on the screen, as we don't want you doing super speed breathing exercises throughout the course. The power of breathing. Let's have a conversation. Let's go fireside and start to have a little chat about where all this began, where this came from, who's involved, what's been happening in this world, because the world's been exploding with information, with techniques, with gurus, you name it, okay? And I'm going to share some insights. Men's health, right? We've started seeing headlines like this. Nasal breathing, could breathing via our noses rather than mouths lead to gains across the board? There's a lot of science starting to back this stuff up, and it's really, really exciting to see the literature filling in some blanks, and it's starting to gain popularity. Another headline from Men's Health: sniff out superior stamina with this nasal breathing technique. For me, the most interesting thing about this headline is the word stamina, right? So it's talking here about nasal breathing and building stamina, right? Stamina is endurance. We breathe every single day, yet we just don't really forget. We don't really think about it, right? So we almost forget that it's happening autonomically. And so it's interesting, and you're going to learn really quickly around why this is so important, and why I'm probably so passionate about sharing it. Who's this guy? You might have seen him. That's the man, Mr. Wim Hof. He's popularized a lot of breathing in the modern world through his crazy world records. You might have seen him going up Everest and barefoot, injecting things into his body and being able to deal with crazy biophysical conditions. How I describe the breathing practice world at the moment is that there's two forms. There's extroverted breathing and introverted breathing. Now, the extroverted breathing is hyperventilatory, really fast, lots of different cadences of big breathings, and they can put us in different altered body states. And that's the same as Wim Hof, holotropic, things like that. They might be some words that you've heard. This course is not going to cover anything to do with that, okay? Those breathing practices are for specific skills and techniques for doing other things. This is really focused on practical, simple tools that you can integrate into your running so that you can breathe and move far more freer within your bodies. And so this practice is what I describe as like introverted, simple, practical tools that you can apply today and tomorrow. You don't need to have this big experience or do this whole fast Wim breathing to get into a state to then go do something, okay? Because if we're running a half marathon, a marathon, an ultra marathon, or even going a park run, it's a high probability we're not going to stop halfway through our run and start doing a Wim Hof breath to get us to the finish line. So thought I'd just cover that off. This guy is Shandor Ramete, also known as Sundarnath, and he trained under one of the famous yogis. His name was BKS Iyengar, and Shandor is a yoga practitioner that I've learnt under, and I was very fortunate enough that when I was early in my yoga days, going along to different studios, it was actually just at like a big public gym. I was exposed to his teachings through another teacher that had taught under him, and I was like, wow, what is this? I can really feel this in my body. This is like shifting stuff, and my world was crazy at the time, and I've continued to learn and understand more about what I thought at the time was just some practical, bendy, moving body things to support myself to be strong. Turns out it goes way further than that. So that's someone that I've learned from in my time. Who's this guy? This is Octavio Salvador. He is an amazing yoga teacher as well. He comes from a long lineage of Hatha yogis, And I've recently just completed a 200-hour yoga teacher training with him in Bali. And again, mind, body, breath, really utilizing systematic, simple frameworks to enable everyday people to almost do superhuman things. And these tools are learnable, teachable by everyone. And so we need to be able to share these and start practicing these so that we can improve our own health, our own well-being, our mental health, our physical health, and just do more of the things that we love. This guy is the legendary Patrick McCall, the founder of Oxygen Advantage. I've also done a Oxygen Advantage training whereby a lot of the modules and techniques in this course are from that practice, which is fundamental. And what Patrick's really given the world is this beautiful marriage between science and practical techniques that have been practiced often for centuries, yet haven't had the scientific backing. And so the way Patrick communicates that is phenomenal. He has an extensive background in over 20 years of breath coaching, and learning from some of the legends like Konstantin Buteyko. So this is sort of where my experiences come from to start delivering this, and through that I want to share those tools that have helped me run more freer, more easily in my body throughout my time. And this is the campfire. So welcome to the campfire. Why breath training for runners? Great question. Shah Carey Richardson. She is the current 100 meter sprinting female world champion, and she's done that in a time of 10.57 seconds, which is flying so fast. Like, I was doing some downhill sprints for training the other month, and this was on a downhill section, like, I don't know, 14-15% grade, and my time was nowhere near that. I was at like 16 or 18 seconds per 100 meter. When I looked at my data, I was like, man, these people are doing this on the flat. It's phenomenal. And it turns out what's unique about Shah, and I'll show you a video soon, is she's completely doing this whilst nasal breathing, which is absolutely phenomenal. And you can see in her body and her form, she's just so calm, so centered, and just so powerful. So it's really exciting to start seeing elite athletes utilizing these techniques to get that competitive edge. Emil Zatopek. He is a Czech athlete who in 1952 at the Helsinki Olympics won the 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer and marathon distances in a single Olympics. And there's some quotes around, like when you look it up, he's like, oh yeah, I just decided to enter the marathon because I'd already done the others. Go figure, right? Now, Emil is often regarded as the forefather of interval training in sports physiology, but there's actually research that shows that he was practicing breath holding as a technique to elevate his athletic ability in these disciplines. So really cool to see that pioneers way back in the day. He's still the only person to ever win gold at a single Olympics in the 5K, in the 10K and the marathon, which is insane because people practice and train so specifically these days. Back then, they just didn't. Ihor Veres. He has just won the 2024 Barkley Marathon, entirely nasal breathing. Now, if you don't know the Barkley Marathon, that is this crazy race in America where every year the course changes, and at different stages throughout the race you get given a course map with different directions that you have to navigate through to get back via a set of checkpoints to still be in the race. Now this is an ultra distance event, so it's 160 kilometers or 100 miles, and so it's very competitive, but the duration is 20 to 24 hours up and down hills, massive vertical, massive distance. You've got hydration, nutrition, you've got to keep your mind sharp, you've got to be really focused and able to control your motion and your entire body for the duration of pretty much that 24-hour period. Now here's the most recent winner, and his big saving grace that he's really proud of was that he was a nasal breather. And so I'm not here saying nasal breathe is the only way. I'm just sharing my experience and other people that are starting to find out that, wow, you can create some massive performance gains in the mind, in the lungs, in the body, so that you can really become unstoppable and really just move super freely in your body, doing what you want when you want, because that's really success, right? Cristiano Ronaldo, he has his own sleep and breath coach. He's also paid 200 million euros per year, which is insane. Again though, right, someone at the top of his game, one of the world's best football players over time, he's getting paid 200 million euros a year, and he has his own personal sleep coach. The tools in this course will teach you what he is being taught, right? You don't need to be paid 200 million euros to do what Cristiano Ronaldo does. To maintain his elite level in his sport. Obviously he's got a lot of talent at football, but still, right, he sees the value in training his breath so that he can be at peak performance in what he does. This is really interesting. Exercise-induced asthma affects 11 to 50% of athletes globally. So it's almost 1 in 2 or 1 in 10 people that do exercise, right? They have exercise-induced asthma. Now, what is asthma? Asthma is essentially a constriction of the airways or an inflammation of the airways. Throughout this course, I'll teach you breathing techniques that reduce inflammation, that enable your moisture content in your breathing to be lower so that you're not triggering things like this, right? And this is a massive stat, which I think is a cascade of challenges, whether it's our environmental conditions that we live in, whether it's big polluted cities, things like that, but also how we're breathing massively contributes to our resilience to things like this if we've always worked with this throughout our lives. Injury, right? This is a big one in runners, and 80% of runners give up through knee pain or back problems. From my experience, and now after practicing and training for over 10 years in the works of body and the breath, I've now come to understand that looking inside the body and understanding the biomechanics can actually show us so much about what's going in there, and how that if we are unaware of some of these tools or some of the biological and biophysical processes, it's sort of no wonder that this is the experience for a lot of people. And some really simple tools, like we're going to experience in this course, can actually solve those problems, which is super cool. So I'm very excited about that. So we've got our campfire, we've covered these people. This is Shah, look at that, winning a gold. This is Emil, back in the day, could only find a black and white photo of him. That's Ihor, Barkley Marathon runner, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh look, he knows what's up. So this here is in a video of Shah Carey taking off at the 100-meter sprint, and you can see here this video points out that she's actually fallen behind and she comes home to win this semi-final. But look at that stability, the stableness of her head. She's not stressed and she's literally flying. It's insane. And so she is calmly with her mouth closed, flying down that track faster than most of us could ever dream of. So just an amazing athletic example of really what's possible. Amongst all of this, what's my story? Results with breathing and running. So, I actually gave up running 10 years ago due to injury. I grew up playing football, running, had a natural movement philosophy where I usually just trained press-ups, sit-ups, and went for runs. And throughout my lifetime, whether it was riding motorbikes, I'd fallen off, I'd busted my knee, my body was just breaking down. And so 10 years ago, I gave up running as I thought that it was an impact sport that was bad for my body. And with that, I just essentially stopped all impact sports, and running was on the chopping block. So I stopped it and literally hung up the shoes, gave it up, and I didn't run for probably 8 years, which is kind of insane when I think about it. But it was at a time in my life where I transitioned from team sports into more individual sports like snowboarding and surfing and things like that. And so I just didn't really have a need for it. Yet there was obviously this unconscious thing in my body where I stopped it because I thought that running was bad. I would say I now have a different view on that. And that is when I took up yoga. So to stay strong whilst I was doing a winter snowboard seasons in Canada, in Austria, I took up yoga to maintain my muscular strength and keep my body strong, because I thought it was sort of a system and a thing that kept your physical body well, which it does, but that's not the whole story. That's probably a discussion for our Yoga for Runners module, which I'm really keen to hear your feedback on within this community as we progress. And that was where I made that transition within my story. I then retaught myself to run 2 to 3 years ago, started experimenting from the ground up. So I moved to Melbourne, and just before that I'd started experimenting with LITE barefoot running around my local hometown, and then started off just building it up and experimenting. And at the time I hadn't timed myself because I was just running for fun. And then one day I put on my Vivo barefoot shoes and I ran around the track, and I was like, whoa, I was actually going pretty fast. So I was like, wow, this is interesting. I wasn't expecting that because obviously 10 years later now it's all Nike Super Boosts and Vaporflies and all this stuff. And I was like, whoa, I've done this very minimalistically, and like my time's pretty good here, and I felt pretty good. So that just started a like new sort of thought process within me as to where to from here. And with that, I started running ultras. Had only ever run 21 kilometers before that once, and that was, I don't know, 10 or maybe even 11 years ago, maybe 12 years ago. And so I'd only ever run a half marathon before that, and I was in Melbourne. I was running with the Run South Yarra running crew. Shout out, they're an awesome crew. They run around the Botanic Gardens every Saturday morning, 6 a.m, 1, 2 or 3 laps. And I met a crew of people, and we're really excited about running, and everyone's like, yeah, we'll go for a trail run. So we went for a couple of trail runs, and then a few others were like, oh, we're going to enter an ultra run. I was like, oh, that's a bit scary. How far is that? Like, oh, 50 Ks. I was like, oh, okay, might be able to do that, maybe. It was about 3 months away, and I said, yeah, all right. And I love getting out in nature. I was living in the city at the time. I loved going to the Dandenongs to train. And what happened is I kept training and going for trail runs, and then everyone just dropped off. So it just ended up being me training for this 50-kilometer ultra, which had 2,500 meters vertical. And it was an is a journey of learning how to do this, figure it out, how it works. But what was fascinating was I'd observed that I could run in barefoot shoes and I could do this whilst nasal breathing. And it had been the 10 years of yoga prior that I was like, wow, why am I less puffed next to these people that I'm training with? Why am I way more calm? Why is my moisture intake less? All of these things. And that's when I started really having to scratch under the surface and find out what was going on, which has probably been the last 2 years to where we are now. So one of my most proud moments since then is that it was actually in a training run. We did a 55k ultra training run for another event, and it had about 4,000 meters vert. And at the end of that, so we ran up and down and up and down, up and down this essentially 1,000 meter ascent 4 times with the loop track back. And my heart rate was an average of 138 beats per minute. And I did that in sub 8 hours, which was pretty solid. And so for me, that was a real like pinnacle moment of like, this stuff works. And not that I believe in comparison, but the person that I was running next to was also a really good runner and had done a lot of training as well. Their heart rate was much higher, and just doing some simple calculations, even if your like beats per minute is like 5 to 10 more than the other person, they're breathing in that 8 hour race or just, social run, 10, 20, 30% more than you. And so in terms of breathing volume, that's massive. And it's all about efficiency, right? And the more efficient we can be with our breath, with our body, with our mind, the easier it is to move through life. And so doing this work and training the breath with the body in the context of running is just super, super powerful. And then here we are, a couple of years later, and I've started to teach others after people get curious. They see me doing what I'm doing, and then they're like, yo, what's going on, and how do I do this? And then I keep having lots of conversations. I'm like, okay, I've had 10 conversations about this. Why don't I just give you all the tools, and then you can go and do it yourself and experiment and be curious and keep showing up and hopefully do it easier and hopefully achieve things that are just way bigger than yourselves. So that's where we're at today.
Nasal breathing reduces total ventilation required by over 20%. Not only that, but it reduces water consumption or required water intake by over 30%. We're talking big efficiencies here. I just completed another barefoot lap around the tan, nasal breathing the whole way on this beautiful wet morning in Melbourne. Kia ora.
That video was filmed about 3 years ago in Melbourne. It's one of my first ones on my Instagram, which you can find if you scroll all the way to the bottom. The message is still the same. The stats are still the same. I've run many kilometers since, and it stacks up. So here we are.
80% of runners give up through knee problems, back problems, and neck problems. I was no different. I gave up 6 years ago after realizing that the impact was just too significant on my knees. Since then, last 3 years, I've been wearing barefoot shoes and have been really focusing on strengthening up my feet. And today was the 4th barefoot run that I've done since getting back into running. And the core things that I was focusing on today were lightness on my feet, maintaining my chest forward, and using my hamstrings to lift my heels. Turns out, my feet, they're okay. And it was a good little jog around the tan here in Melbourne.
So again, if you haven't figured it out already, I get a little bit obsessed about some things and try and understand the mechanics behind them, how they work, strip them back, and then try and communicate that. So as we progress here within the Skeletal Freedom community, I'm really excited to keep evolving this practice and keep sharing with you some things that I've learned so that you can level up your running. This here is a video of a track session with me, barefoot shoes, nasal breathing. In essence, I've experimented a lot with this breathing, and there's a lot of information out there about where are the limits in it. I've personally tried it on massive hill push tests, track sessions, run full interval trainings, fully nasal breathing. I'm an open book, so if you've ever got any questions about this stuff around the data or the heart rate monitoring, please ask. Always happy to share. And this is the first ever video that I had someone film me of running, and I didn't even know they'd filmed it. So it was amazing to see my technique, and then really, looking forward to sharing more of this. Here's some data from that big run that I was talking about, with the average heart rate down here of 138 beats per minute. We'd climb up this massive ascent here, 5k gravel road, fly down here the other side, and then it was about 5k back round the base to the car. We'd have a little aid station, and then we'd go all the way back up again and do it again 4 times. And as you can see, it peak. But the average heart rate here, it spiked here at 163 beats per minute right at the end, which is fascinating. So none of the ascents it got over that. And then the average throughout that duration was 138 BPM. So very, very interesting data set, and feel free to pause the video and dive into it further. If you've got any questions about this stuff, always happy to share. Now,
but I think the realization I had is when I was at there's a Femi run group on Friday morning, and we had a friend who's just staying for the week come along, and she's not a regular sort of runner, and was like, oh, like, here we are. And I was like, here we are, this is amazing. But I realized in myself as I'm running along, just like, oh, it's all good, like, I'll just talk at you and you just like do your thing. I was like, that was me. And so just realizing that I was someone who was very open to running with people, but I was very clear, I shan't be having a conversation with you because I need to focus on my breathing. And now I was like running along, being like chatting away. And I suppose that's a combination of things, but also understanding the impact of your breathing and how to then still regulate and converse, and then kind of like, go through that dance to be able to like, go around the park, not necessarily be like, and they're like,
So that's one of the examples of when people learn these tools, whether it's a park run or sports team, events or multi-sport events, just the simple act of like learning some really simple breath tools can make that run far more enjoyable with friends, and you can understand where you're at and some simple tools to support that, so you don't end up super puffed at park run on the weekends. Why does this all matter? Athletes train in order to improve sports performance, and while regular aerobic training improves cardiovascular and skeletal muscle function, it does not improve the functioning of the breathing muscles. So the core thing, right, for everyone to have more enjoyment in the things that they do, we need to improve our performance in some way, right? Now, what these studies have found is that whilst regular aerobic training improves cardiovascular, right, so that's heart, strength, and skeleton, bone, muscle function, right, so the bits that we're moving, it has been found that it doesn't improve the functioning of the breathing muscles. What we're going to explore in this course is what are the breathing muscles, where are they, how do they work, how you can harness their power so that you can go full power and actually train easier, train smarter, and not harder to do the things that we love in the sports that we love, right? Evidence suggests the diaphragm is the most important breathing muscle. By reducing the effort of inhalation, the blood flow to the legs increases by up to 7%. By up to 7%, right? That's insane. If you're looking to improve a business, if you're looking to get a return on your money, right? Getting a 7% return is amazing. What this is saying is that if we look to train that most important muscle that's often very overlooked, you could just unlock a 7% gain, right? You'd increase the blood flow to your legs by 7%. And as you know, the blood, super important for supplying all of the muscular tissue to then metabolize, to then generate and use energy in those cells. So these are just some insights that start to paint a picture as to why this breathing's so important for running and why the breath really matters. Some other fun facts. The diaphragm is fused to your heart sac, the pericardium. We'll take a look at this in a minute in a visual, but essentially your diaphragm, your core breathing muscle, is directly fused, joined to the heart sac, right? So if we've got a floppy diaphragm, there's a high probability we're going to have a floppy heart. And what do you think that does to your heart rate? And how do you think that makes you feel? Okay? So this is a very fundamental insight. Your diaphragm is also fused to your central nervous system. Our nervous system is responsible for things like our fight or flight response and our rest and digest systems. Now again, where that diaphragm is fused to the pericardium, our heart sac pokes the central nervous system's core receptor, and it informs the body whether it's in fight or flight, I've got to run from a tiger, or whether it's in rest and digest, this is calm, this is restoring my body, right? And so if we understand that we can manipulate or control that interchange in a calm way, we have the ability to control our nervous system whilst we are running. Our diaphragm is also connected to our lumbar spine. 80% of runners give up through lower back pain and knee problems. Lower back is our lumbar spine. Our bottom vertebrae are our lumbar spine. That diaphragm is fused and connected right at the top of that lumbar spine. So every time this diaphragm moves, it directly impacts that lumbar spine. If the diaphragm's lazy, we probably have a lazy lumbar spine, and if we're running and breathing and those things are all out of time, all out of control, then there's a high probability as a runner we will increase our chance of experiencing lower back pain throughout our enjoyment. Our diaphragm controls gas exchange, right? It is essentially the diaphragm, like its name says, that controls the push and the pull of those lungs which sit within our body. Gas exchange controls aerobic and anaerobic metabolism. Some big words in there, but the core thing to think about is aerobic and anaerobic metabolism. For those of you that are beginning or new to exercise science, the difference between aerobic and anaerobic means aerobic is exercise with oxygen, anaerobic is exercise without oxygen. So when we are at rest or just going about our day, our body is essentially at aerobic capacity and it's easily able to unlock energy in ourselves. When we start running and things get really hard, or we do a big push session, or we get puffed chasing the kids, or doing, running down the line at some social Saturday sport, that's when the body has to shift into anaerobic, without oxygen metabolism, which then has flow-on effects into things like lactic acid, our recovery, our risk of injury. And so if our diaphragm and our breath control or breathability is compromised, which we'll be able to understand where our breathing levels are at within this course and how to improve it, we can actually change our experience of our exercise through understanding how that gas exchange controls our metabolism. In essence, a stronger diaphragm equals stronger lungs, a stronger lower back, stronger nervous system, stronger metabolism, and stronger heart. Really simple. It's a little bit of a no-brainer. It took me 10 years to come to understand this after doing it experientially, and this work doesn't have to take 10 years. It can be improved within a week, it can be significantly improved within a month, and it can change your life within 3 months. So that's why we're here today. This here is the video explaining that fusion between the pericardium, which is around the outside of this. This is actually just stripped back to the heart, and the diaphragm, which is this beautiful hood, right? That as it's exhaling now, and then inhaling, it contracts down. Exhaling, it's forcing the air out. And as you can see here, just as this video is finished, this whole hood shaped muscle, it's huge, it's massive. And see these two like legs almost, and these massive vertebrae here? This is the lumbar spine that I was talking about. And as these like butterfly wings, right, almost move up and down, you can see that it can really impact the response of that skeletal structure and the heart at the same time. And often these internal parts of our body, we can't see what's going on, right, other than our felt experience. And so I'm super grateful for visualizations like this. And there's an amazing Instagram channel called SciPro, which has heaps of them, and they just blow my mind. So it's like, whoa, I can see inside. And when I really understood that connection, diaphragm, heart, lower back, lumbar spine, I was like, wow, more people need to know about this. Who is breathing for runners for? Beginners who want to get the fundamentals right. I have bolded the words fundamentals because wherever we are at our running journey and in life, I always have a beginner's mindset, like I can learn more. And if you're watching this right now, I'm so stoked for you if you're a beginner, because that means that you are getting like the leading edge science to support you on your running journey from now on and into forever ever. Because this stuff, once you experience it, you can't unexperience it. And if you get these fundamentals right, I know that your experience of running will just be far more enjoyable from now and forever. Parents just getting back into running after a few years off, life happens, we get caught up in, all of the things going on. Now the kids might have got a little bit older, now they're off at school, you want to get some fitness back in. Again, fundamentals. I learned unconsciously to run as a kid, but then when I got back into it, I was like, whoa, what's this? How does this work? In here, breathing for runners will teach you those fundamentals as well, so that when you come back to it and reignite some of those passions or getting back into a sports team, you can do it far safer with less risk of injury and far more enjoyment. Because when we're also a parent, we have far less time as well, often too. So I'm always conscious of how can I maximize my reward within my limited training time, because time is finite. And so these skills and tools can really help us maximize what limited training time we do have in busy schedules. Young professionals working towards their next half marathon or ultra, no brainer, smart cookies. I've once been a young professional myself, and I think it's a really positive thing and a really positive culture that's going on at the moment, where people are setting challenges for themselves that are beyond themselves. And when we do that, if we set that goal, we set that milestone, then we've got to figure out how to do it. That's where the magic happens. And if you've just recently set a challenge or a target for yourself, and you're trying to understand the breathing, the running, the technique, the training modules, all of that stuff, look, this is the 101 on breathing, and I'm really excited of what you're going to achieve through understanding this work. Athletes who want to optimize their breath, body, and mind, again, beginner's mindset. And what's been really interesting to me, and from my understanding, is I've just always assumed that because you're an athlete or you're really good at something, you're always the best. But time and time again, I always have conversations with different people, and you're like, wow, that person doesn't know about this or that, or I've incorporated this, but you've achieved what, and you haven't done that. And this is just one example of another tool that you can add to your tool belt, or set of tools, so that your experience can be stronger, it can help you go further, it can help you go faster, with whatever that is that you consider yourself to be striving for. I also heard this beautiful definition of what is an athlete the other month that changed my world a little bit. And we often, I think, put athletes up on pedestals, but really it just discussed an athlete as anyone that consistently shows up towards something that's like bigger than themselves. So an athlete's just actually someone that like sets a little challenge and then just consistently works towards that goal. And I think that's a beautiful description of who an athlete really is, and that more of us are athletes than we think we are, which is beautiful. Weekend warriors wanting to enjoy their activities. Look, again, limited training time. You might be puffed at half time. There's simple, fundamental tools in here that can really just help you recover faster, not have a achy body on Sunday that's all locked up, or be pinging other muscles because all of the lower back's compressed and lazy because the diaphragm's not engaged, all these sorts of things. So I'm really, really hoping that within this course, there's something for everyone, no matter what level of running you're at, no matter what level of aspirations you have, and you can just integrate these simple fundamental tools. Course curriculum, let's take a look. So in week 1, I am going to teach you the groundwork, the fundamentals, get your nose unblocked, understand how to breathe light, how to breathe slow, how to breathe deep, so that you're using the maximum capacity of those lungs, how to recover faster, and just really get you started on the right path so that you can start showing up to park runs, you can start continuing in your training for your half marathons, ultras, with just the fundamentals. Because if we don't get the fundamentals right, nothing else matters. And just in mastering these, if this is all you ever did and all you ever took from this course, like, you are 99% ahead of most people in this world, which is super exciting. In week 1, the fundamentals, we'll have the welcome, which is this video, my results, why breathing for runners, who's this for, and how to get support. Currently, we're working through that. Blood, that should actually be body oxygen level test, the BOLT score exercise. So in the body oxygen level test, we will introduce a simple test that everyone can do. It's best done at the start of every day, and you can understand where your breathing efficiency level is at currently, and you can use that as a tool to measure where you need to get to or how you want to improve, and track your results as you go throughout this course in breathing for running. Diaphragmatic breathing. Know your diaphragm and how to breathe deep exercise. Again, we've been talking about the diaphragm, we've had some insights already tonight. This here is really about understanding what that feels like in our body, where to locate it, how to use it, and how to harness that power. Breath awareness, how to breathe light and slow exercise. So once we understand to use the full capacity of our lungs, we've then got to look at the rhythm and the speed of our breathing, and then the intensity. So many people breathe really fast and heavy and shallow in our bodies, and we're not really maximizing our lungs capacity, right? So real fundamentals to just unlock a huge part of our breathing efficiency. Breath and posture benefits, posture check exercise, and maintaining good posture exercise. Fundamental when we're running, when we're in the workplace, when we're going about our day, ensuring and understanding within our body how it feels if our breathing's engaged and our breathing's strong. Just the real simple difference for how that supports the rest of our structure to be in our everyday and then while we're out running. Breathing mistakes. I'll cover common breathing mistakes in runners and unpack some of those myths within that mix. Using smart devices, how to measure HRV and SpO2. Most people these days have a smartwatch. I actually haven't trained with a smartwatch until 6 months ago. The goal is actually not to need these devices, ironically, and just be so in our bodies that we can understand exactly where our heart rate's at, understand when the stress is coming on, and then just utilize these tools autonomically to support us to go further and faster with less effort. But I started getting a little bit nerdy. Someone described me now going full RoboCop on running to understand what actually is going on underneath and under the hood, if you get the diaphragm reference there. But through that, these are tools that we have, and we live an amazing time with all of this technology out there, and so we may as well understand what these terms mean, how they work, how we can do tests for ourselves and understand that data. HRV stands for heart rate variability, and SpO2 stands for specific oxygen level, which we'll run through in that module. Nose clearing, clear airways exercise for daily practice. This is a really fundamental tool for people that just struggle to breathe just normally day to day. It's super powerful for starting your day before any exercise, just getting the full system cleared out so that you're really just ready for the day. Because if our breathing's limited, our brain power's limited, our movement power's limited, it just really holds everything up, right? And there's nothing worse than a stuffy nose. Turns out we can clear our nose. We don't need to take any drugs or pills or anything like that. Really simple superpowers that we can harness within the nose to clear it every day and breathe freely. And I'm going to throw in a bonus on heat regulation, moisture loss, and dead space in the lungs. And so this is a module from our ultra training module, which is week 5. And in that, I'll just cover some amazing benefits that proper breathing really supports our bodies with in ways that we just can't even imagine. So really excited to share that with you. And if you're either running ultras or you're working your way up, the information in there is suitable for all of the disciplines of running that you might be interested in, as it provides a lot of context about the importance of how functional breathing really supports functional movement. Course curriculum, so going broader, We've got the week 1 fundamentals, so there is a ton of insight in there, a ton of learnings, a ton of exercises, a ton of practical tools that you can start today, tomorrow, and get out there and start embodying to really be able to, change your breath, change your life. And I cannot wait to see you experimenting with all of this. Moving forward, the second module, week 2, this is designed for 0 to 10K distances. All of this curriculum is progressive. So even if you are running ultras, even if you are running marathons, I'll really, really, really encourage you to do the work and build through these modules, because within them, I build up through different specific activities or exercises that stack on different distances. So even if you are running ultras or marathons or half marathons, you'll still be doing 0 to 10K length runs. The tools in here will support insight into that, and they will build on top of each other throughout the practice as well. In week 1, we're obviously measuring our BOLT score. In the week 2 curriculum, there's a full module there where you'll understand how to level up your BOLT score depending on where you're at and what your aspirations are. There's customized programs in there for you to do that and do the work to level that up. And that's really exciting. Week 3, shift gear, move up, half marathon. There's tempo runs. What else have we got in there? There's tempos, intervals, warm-up, cool-downs. There's some really useful topics in there, and you can check out the full curriculum that's in the Breathing for Runners module in the community to see the full details of these. Week 4, marathon. Again, we're starting to push the level. We're talking about racing and pacing strategies, how we can integrate our breath into that. Week 5, going ultra. We've got some really interesting topics and tools there that you can use for recovery from massive runs, nighttime running breathing techniques, and just the next level of advanced breath for people that are really pushing to start to really utilize. So I'm super excited to share that with everyone as well. And the way this works is essentially lock down the fundamentals, and then I'll be introducing the Skeletal Freedom Pro community, which will be paid, which will support you with far more insight to be able to level up and to really get you going. So my recommendation to you is just absolutely inhale that week 1 stuff, get those fundamentals super dialed, and if you feel that there's still value there and you still want to continue learning, look, this is the pathway, this is how it works. It's tried and tested and proven to level people up in their breath. So really excited. The goal and the rewards. Remember, we're having fun here and we're going to work towards that together. The goal. My personal goal is to help millions of people around the world move and breathe freely in their bodies. I believe this is the foundational to a happy and healthy population. That is the world I want to live in and the people I want to run with. These tools are so life-changing, not only in the application of running, but for everyone that experiences our energy around us. By sharing these, by practicing these, by working with these and working with amazing people like yourself that are willing to do the work, just lights me up. And so with that, the vision is that I want to see massive amounts of runners and athletes globally breathing effortlessly and being able to do it forever. Seeing people who have changed their lives by moving and breathing freely, meaning you, that's very exciting. There's a little bit of grit and work harder and toughen up mentality going around, and I just don't believe that it's actually required. I'm all for working smarter, not harder. I'm all for being almost the laziest runner on the planet so that I can do way more with way less. That's what I want to shortcut in my life, so I don't have to grit and grind and tough it out. And I think it's just a really old mentality. So this is where, working with these tools, we can really change the game and change how each of us experience our running and our lives. To do so, I need your help. I want you in on this vision. We need an open mindset. Everyone can learn these practical tools, change millions of people's lives with this information, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. Please, if you find value in this course, share this course with someone else who has either been in a similar situation with you or is struggling with similar things in their running with you. Unstoppable. The main goal here is to make you a runner who is unstoppable. Run when you want, where you want, for as long as you want, with a smile on your face. That means training with a reduced risk of lower back pain, able to hit zone 2 training effortlessly, and improve your mental and physical health whilst doing so. We live in a time where mental health is just through the roof. It's in the news all the time. The stats are crazy, and there's all these people out there running. Now, I surveyed a lot of runners, and I understood that the two main benefits that they receive from their running is mental health or physical health benefits. And by going even further and really working with our bodies, our breath, and our mind, we can truly become unstoppable for whatever challenge we want to conquer, whether it's in our running or with our sports team, or just actually being able to show up and run around and chase the kids. These tools, I believe, can help people become unstoppable. It's possible. Consume the information, but most importantly, do the work and take action. Nothing happens without action. Join the Q&A calls, be eager to learn, experiment, share your wins, and as Britney Spears says, work, bitch. Right? You want the Lamborghini, you want the hot body, you better get to work, bitch. So consume this information. It's free. There is so much information in that first week, it's crazy. Those fundamentals, do the work, learn them, take action, do the breathing exercises on the calls, don't do them at 2 times speed, and just really enjoy it, because you won't forget these tools and you won't ever run the same once you know how to breathe properly whilst you're running. The rewards, we're going to make this fun within the community. Wins, share your wins inside the Skeletal Freedom community to inspire others. Get the chance to win Skeletal Freedom Pro free for 1 year and personal Skeletal Freedom coaching calls with me to take your breath and movement training to the next level. So in the community, you'll find a hashtag wins channel. Post those wins, post the experiments, add a little video, add a screenshot of your Strava, circling your heart rate, whatever it might be. Big smile up on top of a massive hill climb that you've just done. Share those wins, as it's super inspiring, and you will get the chance to win Skeletal Freedom Pro free for 1 year and personal coaching calls with me. How to enter: screenshot a video of your runs and experiments, show other people your heart rate data, share how your energy feels throughout training, share how your recovery feels with other people or paid members. Rewards: there's 1 winner per month who will be added to the Hall of Fame. This gets you 1 year free access to Skeletal Freedom Pro. I'll also be personally coaching you on a one-on-one call and map out a plan to take your breathing and movement to the next level. Important things to remember. You don't know what you don't know. How much is that costing you? Seek constant improvement to make your running easier, not harder. We're on this planet for a long time. I think for the last 2 years, I don't know, I must have run over 2,000 kilometers, so an average of maybe 10 kilometers an hour. Is that 200? It's 200 hours. That's 5 working weeks. That's a tenth of an entire year. Again, with that sacred time that we carve out for this, I want to do that in the easiest way possible, with the biggest smile possible. And yeah, by working harder, it can actually cost us less time, cost us less energy, cost us less effort, reduce our risk of injury, reduce our risk of not achieving those goals through things like that. So yeah, I always stay curious and I'm always seeking to learn more. It's all up to you. You're responsible for your results. I will give you everything, but you must act on it. These trainings are all laid out systematically. All the tools are there to master your breath whilst running. It's really just up to you. It's simple, but not easy. You must embrace the resistance. Remember that a plane takes off against the wind. Some of these exercises will be challenging to start with. It'll be difficult to change your technique or to slow down to speed up, right? All of these things are practical and simple tools, but not easy. You're going to have to do the work. And so I know if you're already on this call, you're interested in doing the work. And so I'm sure you're going to show up and take off against the wind. Doing the work, consistency is key, and nothing happens without actions. Just learning will not make you a better runner. However, if you love reading, love learning, learn it all. Go back through, learn it again, take a notebook, then start doing some experiments. Doing the work and consistency, as you know, is super important. Inspire others. Share your wins with other people inside the community. Inspiration changes lives. It's a no-brainer. I'm here to be a part of this community and I'm here to serve you. And I want to see the wins that you have. I personally love checking out that channel, going through it and seeing what game-changing experiences people are having, what levels they're running is really hitting based off integrating and incorporating these tools. Quality posts. Make sure to only post quality, well-written posts inside the community. Low quality gets deleted. Goes without saying, I'm here to hang out with motivated people who love to do the work, that want to level up. And so let's keep it super positive, let's keep it super inspiring, and let's just keep it real quality within the community. Beyond running. Where does this go beyond running? Fundamentals. Couch to 5 kilometer, just getting back into it, or a seasoned ultra runner. As I mentioned earlier, if you're on this call and you're just learning to do a couch to 5K, or you're just getting back into it off some time off, learning these fundamentals first and then going again, or then starting, super amazing for your running, for your enjoyment, for your experience of the enjoyment of running, for the joy of running, right? Workplace. How we breathe impacts how we work. These tools, yes, very specific for running, yet the exercises are going to have benefits for your brain, for your heart, right? Beyond just running, right? When we master our breath, we master our mind, and in being able to do that, it can really change our experience in our everyday, which is also in the workplace. Starting your day. How we start the day determines our day. With the right breathing tools, we can essentially start the day on an amazing foot, and that can put the rest of our day less stressful, less anxious, and more enjoyable. Mental health. Clear mind, right? Clear breath, clear mind helps us move freely through that world. physical health, when we understand those inner mechanics of how our breathing really works, how our body actually works, how everything supports itself to move more efficiently, that inner strength is massive. Life tools, training your breath is one of the biggest gifts you can give your life. I can't understate it even more. It's one of the biggest learnings in my life and one of the biggest gifts that I look forward to sharing. How to get help and support. There is the Skeletal Freedom course and community. There is basic community support in Skeletal Freedom with the likes of the Breathing for Runners program, and then in the Skeletal Freedom Pro community, that's where the real running hits the road. Far more intensive, far more calls, far more in depth in terms of the support that you have so that you can continue to breathe and move and experiment with your running to really become unstoppable. In the community, you can get help and inspiration inside of the community at school.com/skeletal freedom. Community rules, I'm just going to reinforce these because it's just so important to making this success and making it a place that people want to come, a place that people want to share. Okay, so no promotions or brand promotions allowed. Don't advertise products or services, not in public or in DMs. Even indirect ways are forbidden. This will get you permanently banned without warning. We deeply value this community. Oops, I got a typo there. This is full-time monitored by me at the moment and only create quality, well-written posts. Post your wins, share your success with others. This is a community for winners. Inspire others with your wins and work hard to get yourself on the Hall of Fame list and win 1 year free access to Skeletal Freedom Pro. Help others. Do you know the answer to a question? Answer it. You'll be rewarded handsomely. That also goes for the old adage of there's no stupid question, right? Because if you've got that question, it's sure as anything, someone else has that question too. Q&A calls every week for 30 minutes. Within the Skeletal Freedom community, you can see there's a calendar tab. In that, there is a slot every week for 30-minute Q&A calls where you can come with any questions you have about the fundamentals or anything about the course curriculum. We can unpack that and support so that you can get those fundamentals right and really level up your breathing whilst running. This is what it looks like. Little meerkats pop up. And you can see here there's a little calendar tab there, and it shows all the dates coming up. You can add it to your calendar across any of the platforms and join at the Google Meet link there for 30 minutes. I've made it in the middle of the day at the moment, so it should be beneficial for all time zones in Australia, America, and across the board. Mastery Hour every week in Skeletal Freedom Pro. We will dive deep on specific tools, specific support, specific structures, really unpack breathing exercises with you and really support you full throttle to train your breath whilst you're running, whilst you're breathing, whilst you're moving, whilst you're training for that next event. That's the place where the real grunt and the real pedal hits the metal. So very excited to be supporting you all in that community. Follow along on Instagram. It's the happening platform for, like I said, my epiphanies and the latest content that's coming out, latest insights. There's a ton of bite-sized information in there. Feel free to go back through the highlights reels as well. There's a list of amazing posts from the last 6 months that really just communicate all sorts of progressions, all sorts of tests. There's a ton of tools, ton of tricks, ton of tips in there across the spectrum for running and ultra running as well. YouTube, become an unstoppable runner. Get along on there, subscribe, check out the content, check out the videos. It's going to be the place where I continue to release content and exclusive insights into running, movement, breathing, moving forward. And you'll find those both at Skeletal Freedom. In summary, understand the power of the breath, right? So this beautiful thing that we have is our life force, is our ability to do more of the things we love, and it also restricts our ability to do more of the things we love. Let's harness the power of the breath. Take massive action. This is your opportunity to train smarter, not harder. Just like the pros, you breathe 20,000 times per day if you're an average breather. Make every single one of those breaths count. This course will help you lower the number of breaths that you take per day so you're more efficient, more effective, and you will make every single one of those breaths count within your body. Experiment, question everything, and stay curious. Don't be shy. Run your own experiments. Take the tools, try them on, post some wins, get some feedback, ask some questions on Q&A calls. Curiosity is key. If you're finding value from this course, from the fundamentals throughout the mix, feel free to go to testimonial.to/skeletal freedom and leave a small 5-question, 2-minute video testimonial, as we're on this mission to help millions of people and runners move and breathe freely in their bodies, and to do so, it's always inspiring to see others taking massive action towards moving and breathing freely, to becoming unstoppable with their running. Leave a testimonial, and there are special prizes for those as well. To end on a quote tonight, I think this is very suitable for where you're about to go in this program. In essence, the definition of sustainability is defined by asking yourself the question, can I go on doing this forever? I heard this from the legendary Bill Reed, who's a guru in the world of sustainability, and he posed this question to us at a lecture, and it really struck me. And since retraining myself to run, this is the thing that I aspire to do in all of my movement and all of my living nowadays, is ask myself the question, can I go on doing this forever? I want to be running when I'm 40, when I'm 50, when I'm 60, when I'm 70, maybe when I'm 80, maybe when I'm 90, who knows? But if I do something unsustainable now, I sure as anything know that it's going to hurt me later down the track, or I'm going to have to work twice as hard later down the path to be where I could be unless I was doing the work now. So I want to go on doing this forever. I want to be unstoppable in doing so, and I look forward to seeing you on that journey too. I'm fired up. I hope you're ready to go and get training the breath, and let's start breathing with our running super functionally, super fun and enjoyable. I look forward to seeing you in the community, look forward to seeing those wins. We'll see you soon. The body oxygen level test. BOLT test. What is it? Why is this important? Why are we starting with it? Well, to change anything or to understand where we're at so that we can improve, we use the BOLT test so that you can track your progress, understand where your breathing's at, and now start to level it up within the Skeletal Freedom Breathing for Runners course. So let's kick into it and get started. Body oxygen level test. Here is what we are going to cover. Why the breath matters. Energy and endurance, performance and recovery, mental focus and relaxation, injury prevention, health and wellness. Throughout this course, you are going to understand these fundamentals and how critical the breath plays a role in all of these parts. We're going to cover what is the BOLT test, why your BOLT score matters. We're going to do the BOLT test, And then we'll look to understand how you can improve your Bolt score, how to level it up from your baseline. The important part here is this is a simple framework that you can use practical breathing tools that help you become more efficient at breathing so you can train more and enjoy your running safer, longer, and easier. As always, you can find the latest and exclusive content on YouTube and on Instagram at Skeletal Freedom. Share this course. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. This information is so valuable that I think that I've been compelled to share this with you all. So if you find value in it tonight, please don't hesitate to help a fellow runner out as well. Train your team. This is a free online training and free online trainings for sports teams. So don't be shy to share these insights from the tools that you learn here. Take them out with your team, with your loved ones, with those around you, and test them out with them as well. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, be present, and don't fast forward. The reason why I say this is that this is a progressive course, and so all of these tools and all of these skills stack upon one another throughout the program. So whether you're doing park runs, whether you're running half marathons regularly, whether you're training for ultras, all of these tools stack on top of each other and support different aspects of training which are relevant for different distances. So please stick with it. Pregnancy. Do not do any of the breathing exercises if you are in your first trimester. Strong breath holds create stress for both the mother and the baby. Direct message me if you are pregnant for alternative solutions. I'm always happy to chat about what workarounds we can work with so that you can either be breathing calm in the mind and stress less during pregnancy. There are specific techniques. We just have to watch out for a few specific things that might not support during pregnancy. So please send me a message if that's the case. Pro tip, watch this on 2x speed, but not the breathing exercises as always. Why the breath matters. Let's dive in. Runner's life, hashtag, right? Quite often we've locked in a race. We're ready to go. We've set ourselves a challenge. There's something coming up in the calendar. Now we've got to figure out how. Time poor for training. We've busy lives, lots going on. So I always look to optimize and maintain the most efficient ways that I can use my limited time for training to maximize my desired achievement. Balancing work, life, and family. It's not always easy. And these things, they compete with our valuable time and the things that we want to achieve, or the simple act of doing things that we love with less effort so we can do more of them. Previous injuries, I'm not going to lie, I've had a lot in my time. I'm sure so many other people do too. We crash and we bash and we move through this world, often at a rate of knots. So these are often with us as a runner. Fearful of injury. I know when coming up to a hill or a technical section, it might be dark, it might be uneven, it might be slippery, it might be in a forest, could just be on the pavement. All of these things, there is always often that thought or a lower mind fear of injury as we're running or as we're pushing our bodies and our limits further. Weekly social runs, often a massive aspect of runners' lives, and I cannot state how important they are. And if you're not already part of like a social local run club, I dearly recommend that you do check one out. They're friendly places. They're not about speed. You don't have to be fast. There's paces for everyone. There is always a range of speeds for everyone, no matter what your ability is. I've been a part of social runs since I was probably like 10 years old. I used to run with a whole lot of old guys, and we'd run from a pub back to a pub nowadays, if I run from a pub back to a pub, I might normally have a lemonade afterwards, probably not a beer, but weekly social runs are so important within runners' lives and training. Weekend social sports. Often our running is for physical activity or physical support so that we can do more of the things we love, which might be essentially running in context of a competition, right? Which is football, soccer, AFL, American football, you name it. Often we run through necessity to enjoy other things. And fatigue or poor recovery, those things creep up on us, whether it's doing the social sport on the weekend or during the weeknight, and then we certainly feel it. And so these are the aspects that I understand are critical in a runner's world. My goal, my thing that I want to help you with is to become unstoppable in these things and eliminate these parts of runner's life so that you can have the best time. I want to support people to be able to conquer that race. Mental well-being. I know a lot of us run for mental well-being. It's an amazing space to just clear out the mind, switch off, and just do something for ourselves. Physical well-being, again, working the heart, working the diaphragm, working the lungs, working the mind, working the muscles, working the legs. It's all there. You know how it contributes. Community and belonging. It's a big part of becoming unstoppable. The social aspect of running, I feel, is hugely important. Minimize injury risk, becoming unstoppable. We want to use the latest science. We want to use the simplest tools so that we are the strongest human beings, so that when we do our running, how little or how long or how short or how far, we are unstoppable. Balanced lifestyle. Super important, right? It's not always about doing everything in our training plan, or we might not always have things working out the best way. There might be competing priorities. That's okay. We can't beat ourselves up, right? So calm breath, calm mind, unstoppable, and really balancing out all of those joys in life. Improved recovery, big part of becoming unstoppable, right? How do we get back on that horse and show up another day, another week, and keep moving through life? Personal achievement, getting to the end of that race, of that run. As many of you know, if you've entered events before, it's really, really about all of the discipline and consistency prior to achieving that run, prior to achieving that goal of crossing that finish line. In doing that, it's just actually a recognition of all the dedication and work that you've put in. So I believe that through training your breath, through training your body and training your mind, we can really go from just an average runner's life to being really unstoppable at running. And this is what I'm here to support you with. Why else does the breath matter? Let's unpack that further. Energy and endurance, proper breathing techniques optimize oxygen delivery to muscles, enhancing energy levels and endurance during runs. Efficient breathing can delay the onset of fatigue, allowing for longer and more enjoyable running sessions. Our breathing muscles, our diaphragm, right, is below the lungs, connected to the heart, is essentially the cap at the top of all of the abdominals. It's the start of the cascade of all of our leg muscles. Super critical for being efficient in our breathing so that everything else that touches that diaphragm, every other system that's working around that, supports us to have energy and endurance and be able to do more of what we love. Performance and recovery. Controlled breathing improves overall performance by maintaining a steady pace and rhythm, which is crucial for endurance sports. Post-run recovery is accelerated with effective breathing techniques, reducing muscle soreness and speeding up the healing process. We're going to dive in later with some more technicalities around this, but in essence, when we modify our breathing to really support the biochemical functions within our body through some of the exercises coming up, breathing light, breathing slow, breathing deep, we really begin to unlock the the power of the breath, which affects way more than we think, to the extremes of things like our blood pH, from actually releasing oxygen from our cells. It's all connected to our blood and how we breathe. Mental focus and relaxation. Breathing exercises help in calming the mind and maintaining focus. Essential for long distance running and managing stress. Breath control can reduce anxiety and enhance mental clarity, leading to better decision making and performance during runs. Clear mind, happy heart, right? With our breathing, when it's really erratic or we're stressed out, often our breath rate increases, our heart rate increases. We know that when our breathing's calm, relaxed, calm, our mind's focused, we're more relaxed, enabling us to manage stress and engage more fully in what we're doing, whether it's running or working or just actually playing. Injury prevention. Proper breathing supports better posture and core stability, which helps in preventing common running injuries by reducing over-breathing and maintaining efficient respiratory patterns. Runners can avoid issues such as side stitches and respiratory fatigue. How many of you have experienced a stitch and it's in like the inside left rib, or just at the top of the stomach on the outside, or maybe on the right side? It's often in one side or the other and in one spot. There's some interesting studies out there that are starting to explore that connection between our breathing, those stitch locations, and what signaling is actually going on within the body. And there's some fascinating exercises that we can do later in this course that unpack how to work through some of those challenges when we're running, whether it's short distances or long distances. Health and wellness. Nasal breathing filters and warms the air, reducing the risk of respiratory infections and improving overall lung health. Regular breath training can improve cardiovascular health, enhance lung capacity, and contribute to general well-being. We live in a world where we're often mad about the amount of food that we have and the quality of food that we have, the amount of water that we consume and the quality of water that we consume. We also are mad about how many steps we take and the quality of those steps that we take. But in terms of our breathing and the air that's all around us all the time, we're often very concerned about the quality of the air, but not often about the quantity of the air. Throughout this course, you're going to learn exactly all about the quantity of how we breathe and how that impacts our biophysical structure. What is the BOLT test? Moving forward, BOLT stands for Body Oxygen Level Test. It's a really simple acronym, and I love the lightning bolt. It just signals action and charge and making things happen, so it's pretty cool in that respect. This test works to understand the tolerance to CO2. The BOLT test measures the duration you can comfortably hold your breath after a normal exhalation, indicating your body's tolerance to carbon dioxide. Core part here that I'm going to mention is that it's after an exhalation. So after we've exhaled fully, let all of the air out of our lungs. Respiratory efficiency. This test provides insight into your current respiratory efficiency and potential breathing issues. So they've done a range of studies on this in different people around the world, and they understand that this score directly indicates how efficient breathers are. And from that point, when we have a baseline or a point to start with, then we know where we want to get to and how we can achieve that. Trigger to breathe. Contrary to belief, it is a shortage of carbon dioxide, CO2, not O2, oxygen, that our body monitors for the need to breathe. So in our body, when we are puffed, we think we need to breathe more to get more oxygen into our blood, into our cells, to make our body be okay. That's actually further from the truth. And this was discovered by Christian Bohr back in 1908. And it's called the Bohr effect. And it understands that carbon dioxide plays a critical role in releasing oxygen from our blood. And so we'll unpack that as to why this is a fascinating effect. Lower score equals more volume. The lower the BOLT score in seconds, the more likely your breathing volume is likely to be higher. Greater breathing volume, the more breathlessness you will experience during exercise. So the lower your score, the more air you're breathing, and the less efficient you are at exchanging carbon dioxide and oxygen in your cells within your body. Why the BOLT matters. Functional breathing equals functional movement. 60 to 70% of runners cite lower back pain as an issue throughout their lifetime. As I mentioned earlier, the diaphragm is this beautiful hood-shaped muscle that has almost like fingers connecting that diaphragm right at the top of the lumbar spine. Due to that critical role, if our breathing is dysfunctional, that diaphragm's floppy, that connection's weak, our lumbar spine will be compressed, and then that cascades everything below that all the way down to our feet. So functional breathing is functional movement. Vital function. Breathing is one of the body's most vital functions, so when breathing patterns become suboptimal, other functions such as core muscle function will compensate to help maintain respiration. So measuring our BOLT score indicates how well our breathing is supporting the rest of our body's vitality to function normally and not have to compensate. Core muscle dysfunction is now correlated to a variety of musculoskeletal problems such as lower back pain, neck pain, and ACL injuries. There's a leading body of evidence that's starting to stack up around how that hood-shaped muscle, the top of all those squishy organs in the middle and connected to the abdominals in the front, is really critical to avoiding injury, to avoiding lower back pain, to avoid neck pain. We're going to go through a breathing practice later in this module, which essentially will give you the experience to do with your posture in terms of how that can just absolutely release the tension in your neck, which is really amazing. A higher BOLT score suggests better breathing efficiency and greater endurance, while a lower score can indicate overbreathing or respiratory issues. Regularly tracking. Your BOLT score helps monitor progress in improving breathing techniques and overall running performance. The best time to measure your BOLT score is upon waking in the morning on an empty stomach and just at a really relaxed, steady state within the body. And if you do this test at the same time as you're improving it, you'll understand where that baseline moves and whether you're improving based on the exercises, based on your breathing technique throughout the rest of your day. Measure your BOLT score. The exciting stuff. Tonight we're going to measure the BOLT score. Measuring your BOLT score. This is how we do it. You don't have to do it right this second. We're going to run through how we do it and then I'm going to guide you through it straight after. We sit normally and breathe normally for a few minutes. Take a normal silent breath in and out through your nose. At the end of your exhale, pinch your nose and start the timer. Hold your nose until you feel the first involuntary contraction in the body to breathe. Release your nose and breathe normally. So these are the 5 steps that we're going to run through. So right now I'll encourage you, let's just start on number 1. So if you could just sit normally and breathe normally as you are, where you are in a comfortable seated position, we'll move on to measuring our BOLT score. I've got the timer for you all and that's queuing instantly when I play, so I am gonna just do it like this. So Now that you're in a relaxed breathing state, right, really calmly, I just want you to exhale fully to get on the same page. You can exhale your breath fully. I want you to gently inhale through your nose, mouth closed. Exhale fully, and at the end of the exhale, pinch your nose and begin to observe the timer. Now, when you're pinching your nose, I want you to be aware of the first involuntary contraction of the breath. So the first desire to breathe. This isn't a breath holding competition. When that involuntary lurch or that sense to breathe triggers, take note of the time. So what we're looking for is that first involuntary contraction to breathe. From the body, it might be a lurch in the stomach, it might be in the chest, it might be the brain going, my head might shake forward a little bit. These are all bodily signals that we need to breathe, and that's when you take your BOLT score as a time. Note it down and take note of that. If you'd like to do this again, I'm sure you can rewind the video slightly, watch the 1 minute timer again. Remember this measurement as at the first involuntary sign of the need to breathe. It's not a breath hold competition. So replay the timer, take the test again, and measure down your score. Interpreting your BOLT score. So now that we've got our scores, we're going to understand what they mean. Interpreting your BOLT score. Less than 10 seconds, a score below 10 seconds indicates highly dysfunctional breathing and a high risk of breathlessness during exercise. It's a high possibility you experience asthma, your breathing's probably noisy, audible, quite loud. This isn't a bad thing. It's a place that we can improve on. And within a few weeks, doing some really simple daily exercises, you can lift that breathing efficiency and you'll notice a massive difference. Below 25 seconds, scores below 25 seconds suggest low to moderate breathing efficiency with significant room for improvement. So if you're out running or inspiring to go further and your BOLT score is 25 or below, there's some amazing results that we can do with your breathing and work through some really great exercises to level up that breath so that you can go further and faster without puffing, without pushing as much, without that heart rate being so high on our Strava. Right? We really want to be able to nail that zone 2 training. Yes, we can run more for that. Yes, we can do some crazy intervals. Those don't functionally train the diaphragm. If we have a dysfunctional diaphragm, we can run as much as we want. We can be an elite athlete, but our diaphragm might be lazy. It's like having a lazy piston in a car. It's not firing, right? We've got to get that firing, we've got to get that efficient, we've got to get that effective, we've got to get it working well so that you can enjoy your running. Above 25 seconds. A score above 25 seconds indicates functional breathing with room for improvement. The goal is 40 seconds. A score of 40 indicates an elite level athlete with maximal access to breathing functionality, contributing to great running performance, fast recovery, and overall health. The great news is every single one of us is an athlete. If you're watching this video and you run, you're an athlete, right? If you show up, you put your running shoes on just once a week, you're an athlete, okay? And just because the target for an elite level athlete is 40, that doesn't mean it's unachievable for anyone that's sitting at home on the couch, right? These breathing skills and breathing tools are functional tools for the rest of our lives. And the more easy we breathe in our everyday, the benefits stack far beyond our running. So even if you have a moderate score, leveling up to 40 is a massive achievement. You'll notice a massive difference in other aspects of your life. Improving your BOLT score. Breathing exercises. Practice regular breathing exercises such as diaphragmatic breathing and breath holds. In the next modules coming up, we're going to cover some of these, so you're going to get the exact tools to level up your BOLT score. Nasal breathing. Incorporate nasal breathing during daily activities and exercise to enhance CO2 tolerance and improve respiratory efficiency. So, aiming to breathe through our nose, it is the primary organ that is designed for breathing. We'll cover some effective techniques and tools for clearing this out later in the course. Really excited. Train while you sleep. Ensuring your breathing patterns during sleep are functional is a great way to get a free 8 hours training in. This is like one of the most amazing tricks on the planet, I think. And it's something that is very accessible to everyone. And with a bit of work, we can retrain how we breathe to get a better night's sleep, better recovery during our night, and then wake up fresher the next day. The stats on this are insane, and it makes a massive, massive difference. And especially if for whatever reason you're a snorer, or you have a very highly disruptive sleep cycle or struggle to go to sleep, breathing exercises that we've got in here are going to really support you to get a better night's sleep, to wake up really refreshed and have a great day, irrespective of if you're going for a run. Book a free one-on-one onboarding call to unpack your results and make an action plan. So now you've got your BOLT score, you've got an understanding of what you can do to improve, you've got an understanding of where you're going in your running or how you want to feel in your day-to-day, how you want to go from a running life to becoming an unstoppable runner. There is a link in the community. Feel free to click it. It says free one-on-one onboarding call. Book a call, 30 minutes with me, anytime. There's 3 days in advance of calendar slots, 30 minutes with me. We'll go through your BOLT score. We'll understand where you're at. We'll make a plan. I'll make sure you're doing the right modules within this course coming up, pointing out key parts of where you can improve. We can make a plan, and we'll get you breathing and running and moving effectively within the next week. In summary, functional breathing equals functional movement. Our diaphragm is connected to so much, and it is almost like, other than our feet on the floor, I think possibly one of the next most vital functions in our body. Being grounded and then dealing with all of the air and everything above us. Optimize oxygen delivery to muscles, functional breathing, functional movement. Movement requires energy. Energy comes from getting air from out here down into our body, through those lungs, into our cells. Those things are connected. Reduce anxiety and enhance mental clarity. Fast, shallow, erratic breathing. Crazy mind, spinning thoughts. When we're running, when we're in the workplace, these tools really help calm the mind and reduce anxiety. Reduce injury, better posture and recovery. So many of us don't have to put up with lower back pain, niggly injuries that are actually often just a symptom of something else going on in our body. As you'll see later on, our diaphragm is a critical muscle that governs a lot of everything that's below it. Noses are designed to breathe. Our noses have amazing little cilia in them. They filter, warm, humidify. Our lungs are a massive surface area, like 2 tennis courts big, I think. It's insane. We'll cover out further why these are designed to breathe, but it's critical. Track your progress. Now you've got your BOLT score. If you don't believe me, measure it every morning, and your results will be, on average, about the same until you start leveling up your breathing through breathing exercises and practicing while you train. You can find me on YouTube, on Instagram, follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. It's where I release new updates, new exciting things I'm experimenting with. Share the course. If you found tonight's module on the BOLT score valuable, please let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. Train your team. This is a great free online training for sports teams. Don't be afraid to share it with your mates. Tonight's quote, I often hear someone say, "I'm not a real runner. We are all runners. Some just run faster than others. I've never met a fake runner." That's by Bart Yasso. He's the CEO of Runner's World. Some people think he's got the coolest job on the planet because he just goes around interviewing people and just talking and doing all things running. He's run a lot. He's talked to a lot of runners. This perspective is beautiful in my mind. We are all runners. Some just run faster than others. I've never met a fake runner. Running's something we never have to really teach ourselves. We just do it innately in our bodies. Where does that come from? Who knows? But what it means is that we are all runners and none of us are fake, and some of us are just faster and slower, but we all have similar things in common, like improving our mental health, improving our physical well-being, and by finding more enjoyment in the things that we love. So I'm fired up. I hope you're ready to go, and I look forward to seeing you in the next module. Diaphragmatic breathing is super important so that we use all of our lungs, right? We don't want to be wasting the space, carrying dead weight, or actually not using our dead space in our lungs. It turns out it's a thing. Our lungs are constantly battling gravity, to exchange air, and our body works against it. So let's figure out how it works and what we can do about it in some practical exercises. Shifting gear. Here's what we're going to cover. How diaphragmatic breathing works, benefits of diaphragmatic breathing, practicing diaphragmatic breathing. We've got a great exercise in the mix. Incorporating diaphragmatic breathing into our running. As always, you can follow on YouTube, on Instagram, follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Share this course, let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. Train your team, free online trainings for sports teams. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, be present, don't fast forward, as these are all progressive tools that build upon one each other. Pregnancy, do not do any of the breathing exercises if you are in your first trimester. Strong breath holds create stress for mother and baby. Direct message me if you are pregnant for alternative solutions. More than happy to help you out. Pro tip, watch on 2x speed, but not the breathing exercises, as the cadence, the rhythm, the pace is all important with the exercises. How diaphragmatic breathing works. Intra-abdominal pressure, IAP. The diaphragm breathing muscle is important for postural control, and it functions through its generation of intra-abdominal pressure. So let's break that word down. Intra-abdominal pressure. Pressure, force inside or outside of something. Abdominal, that's our central abdominal region. And intra means inside, right? In between that abdominal cavity, the pressure that we work with. And diaphragmatic breathing works with intra-abdominal pressure. This draws air deep into our lungs. Diaphragmatic breathing involves using the diaphragm muscle to draw in air deep into the lungs. It creates space. When you inhale, the diaphragm contracts and moves downward, creating space for the lungs to expand and fill with air. Expels air. During exhalation, the diaphragm relaxes and moves upwards, helping to expel air from the lungs. Weightlifting is a great way to understand how this works. Immediately prior to a lift, a weightlifter will breathe in and hold her breath to generate high levels of intra-abdominal pressure. So as that weightlifter squats down, gets ready to lift, They will often inhale to create the diaphragm moving down, strengthening, lengthening, right, that hood of the diaphragm, getting that lower spine engaged, getting ready, and then they will strive for their lift. So weightlifters utilize this intra-abdominal pressure to enable them to do more, lift more, and go further. It's a great context when thinking about the importance of our breath and how much strength it can give us. So this here is an example of this beautiful hood that is the diaphragm within our body. And as you can see, it's like butterfly wings moving up and down. As you can also see here, this diaphragm is fused to the top of our lumbar spine, which are these horizontal lines coming down through here. Let's play that again. You can see it directly connected to our heart, and you can see how it just is the hood at the front, at the top of that abdominal region. The benefits of diaphragmatic breathing: enhances oxygen intake and promotes efficient use of the lungs, improving overall respiratory function. So if we don't use that full drawdown, essentially we're only using maybe half of the stroke of our lungs. It's like our car running on half of a stroke in its engine of the piston coming down to fire back up to go again. If we're only running on half capacity, we misfire, right? Diaphragmatic breathing allows for more efficient oxygen exchange and helps improve our lung capacity. When we use all of our lungs, the complex structure that is inside our lungs, when we use all of it, it allows for more efficiency. Use it or lose it, they say. Reduces stress and promotes relaxation by activating the body's parasympathetic nervous system. As we observe, that diaphragm is right next to the heart and it's connected, and in there is our nervous system. And so when we engage and understand how to use that diaphragm, it promotes relaxation and it activates our parasympathetic nervous system. Now, parasympathetic nervous system is our rest and digest. This is super important because the act of running is often a very primal action, right? Like we're running away from something. But if we can do it consciously and connected and really utilizing our breath, we can actually, what you could call, hack the system and be in a connective state where we're activating the parasympathetic nervous system, which is our rest and digest, and not our fight or flight. And so this really helps with reducing stress. It supports better posture, which, with the core stability through increasing our intra-abdominal pressure, can prevent injuries and enhance running performance. Right, nice strong diaphragm, nice and engaged. There's no loose muscles. Like if you think about a puppet, and when that puppet's legs go on the ground, essentially the top of that string or that puppet is the hood of the diaphragm. And if that's weak and not engaged, those legs will collapse. But if that hood is engaged and strong and there's high intra-abdominal pressure, it will carry those legs effortlessly, and that puppet will just walk, or in our case run, much more easily without collapsing. Diaphragmatic breathing helps enable slow breathing. Okay, so what we're working towards, we're going to explore diaphragmatic breathing here. Then we're going to work into our light breathing and our slow breathing, which combined, light, slow, and deep, massively level up our breathing efficiency. What does this look like? Shallow, fast breathing. So when our lungs are in a normal resting state, remember we've got our good friend gravity you know, always above us. When we're shallow and fast breathing in the top part of our lungs, essentially that gravity keeps all of the blood down the bottom, and we're just going in this top central cavity, right? And we're not using all of this potential within the lower part of our lungs. Now, when we slowly and deeply breathe, we evenly distribute the blood through the lungs. Now, through the factor of intra-abdominal pressure, right, so by increasing that intra-abdominal pressure and really activating that diaphragm and using that deep breathing properly, in essence, we enable more blood flow to be evenly distributed through the lungs. And when we do that, it's more efficient because the air has to have contact with the blood in the blood vessels. And if we are shallow breathing and our breath is up the top and only using half of our lungs, how are we going to use the rest of it, right? And so when we really start to understand these mechanics, we can do some pretty awesome stuff. Here's another look, literally under the hood. So the hood-shaped muscle is right here. As you know, that's the diaphragm. You can see it's beautifully connected there to the top of the lumbar spine. This is our psoas, which is often referred to as a mystery muscle, and it's often referred to as hard to stretch. But what is interesting is that's essentially connected just at the back, right behind the diaphragm there, and right at the top of that junction where that hood-shaped muscle connects in, and that is part of the start of this cascade that you can see running down the leg. The ilium, that's that little inside muscle there, and then we flow down to our tensor fascia late. We then flow into our iliotibial band, our IT band. I know a few of you have been talking about how do I stretch my IT band? I've got runner's knee, I've got challenges with my IT band. Hopefully this diagram can show you how these things are all connected, and none of the systems in our body are separate, and through different tension and pressure in different parts of our body, we can ease or relax or tighten relationships to part of our body. So say if our diaphragm's dysfunctional or lazy on one side, that might be causing more impact on one side. There's all sorts of cascades that you can start to see throughout this. And then this flows right down to those outside leg muscles, which then wrap all the way down. They actually come far more detailed, and there's far more of them, but they all wrap round into the inside of the ankle, out to the big toe, and then out to all of these toes too. So in essence, our diaphragm goes from our lungs all the way to our toes. It's fused to our heart, and all of this is connected. So if this is dysfunctional and floppy and flapping around and out of control, there's a strong probability that, yeah, you are at a higher injury risk because things aren't engaged, and it'll be a lot harder for your body to do the same work, to travel the same distance on your runs. Practicing diaphragmatic breathing. Let's dive into an exercise. I'm going to explain what the instructions are for to do this, and then following that, I'll show you some more images so you can understand further, and then we'll do the exercise together. How we do this: sit or stand in a comfortable position. Imagine a string gently pulling you upward towards the ceiling. Okay, so just think like a string pulling your spine upright. Place both hands on either side of your lowest two ribs. So right now, if you're sitting there, feel free to take both of your hands and place them on your lowest two ribs. Understand where those are in your body. Inhale deeply, feel your ribs expand outward. Exhale fully, feel your ribs move inward. Breathe in slowly through your nose, allowing your lower ribs to expand while keeping your chest relatively still. You exhale slowly through your nose, feeling your ribs contract as you expel the air. To practice this in your own time, it's a great idea to repeat this about 16 times of these slow and deep contractions and inhales, okay? Practice this technique daily to develop a natural diaphragmatic breathing pattern, okay? It's really interesting to observe. One, people don't really know that when we breathe in deeply, instead of going and breathing in a big shallow breath up here, right, there's actually, should be, think of it as closing your mouth, right, placing your hands on your lower two ribs, inhaling deeply, and feeling those ribs expand outwards. That is proper breathing. That is real breathing that's supporting that whole chain of that body for whatever we are doing. So to visualize this in more detail, breathe in, our lower ribs move out. When we breathe out, those lower ribs move in. What I'm going to get you to do now is we're going to do this exercise together. So please just find a comfortable sitting or standing position. Take both of your hands and place them on those lower two ribs. Finding a natural state of your breathing. Nice and calm. Close the mouth. Gently breathing in and out your nose. Exhale fully to get on the same page. Inhale, deeply feel your lower ribs expand outwards. Exhale, allow your ribs to contract inwards, feeling as though your chest cavity is becoming smaller. Inhale, slow and deep. Feel those ribs move outwards. Exhale, allow the air to leave your nose. Ribs contract inwards. Inhale, deep, slow. Ribs move outwards. Exhale, ribs contract inwards. Feel as if the air is being forced out of your lungs. Inhale, slow and deep. Feel that air move down. Force the ribs wider. Exhale, contract those ribs. Allow the air to flow back out your nose. Inhale. Expand those ribs wide, wider. See how far you can get that deep breathing. Exhale. Feel the ribs contract. Inhale deeply. Feel your ribs expand. Exhale, ribs contract. And continue on for another 6 rounds of inhalation and exhalation on your own. At the end of your next exhale, relax your arms by your side. Allow your breathing to return to normal. Sit upright and bring your focus and attention back to the screen. Let's dive back in. Incorporating this diaphragmatic breathing into our running. Now that we've learned it, let's apply it. Warm up and cool down. Start by practicing diaphragmatic breathing during warm-ups and cool downs. If this exercise is really difficult for you, feel free before you start your run, instead of putting your hands on your hips, put them on your ribs, your lower two ribs, and just practice really breathing deeply and slowly down into that lower cavity of your lungs. Okay, we're really increasing that intra-abdominal pressure. We're really utilizing all of that dead space in the lungs. And then when we come to cool down, right, instead of, again, putting our hands on our hips, I think hands on our hips is, I don't know where that's come from. It's better than obviously crouching over and being puffed and closing the chest. Yes, chest open, hands on lower two ribs, and focus on that cool down, on expanding those ribs wider. Will pay massive dividends for you getting faster recovery, your body being in an anaerobic state, without oxygen state, for a shorter period of time, so your recovery is also better. Gradually integrate this breathing technique into your running routine, focusing on maintaining a steady, deep breath through your runs. Okay, so now as you're breathing throughout your runs, just bring awareness to that lower part of your breathing, of that diaphragm. Become aware, the lower parts of my ribs moving out. Is that intra-abdominal pressure high whilst I'm breathing, whilst I'm running? Breathlessness, use diaphragmatic breathing to manage breathlessness and maintain a consistent running pace. Okay, when the going gets tough, we want to think that we need to breathe more. And in all reality, really focus to breathe slower and breathe deeper, because we need to use that whole space of those lungs so that the body can get what it needs to its cells so that we can keep going. In summary, deep breathing equals functional breathing. This is the goal. Functional breathing equals functional movement. Deep breathing is a big part of that. Deep breathing eliminates dead space in our lungs, increasing the intra-abdominal pressure, distributes that blood, works against gravity, and gets the right amount of oxygen released in our cells. Reduce injury, better posture and recovery, right? Increasing that intra-abdominal pressure, that hood shape gets stronger, strengthens our lower spine, cascades all the way down through our psoas, through those leg muscles, all the way down to our toes. Okay, massive gains. Your diaphragm is connected to your toes. As mentioned, it's all connected. Increases gas exchange in the lungs. This is one of the biggest limiting factors in sports performance, is our oxygen exchange capacity. So this is a direct factor and a direct muscle that you can train inadvertently to support you to go further and perform better. You can follow me on YouTube, on Instagram for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Share this course. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. If you found this valuable, please share this with other runners. Train your team. There's free online trainings for sports teams. Today's quote: breathe in, breathe out. What the hell was wrong with me, dog? Breathe in, breathe out. I always had a PhD, a pretty huge diaphragm. Kanye West feats Skeletal Freedom. If you know the song Breathe In, Breathe Out, it's a great track. Kanye might reference PhD as something else, but a pretty huge diaphragm is something to aspire towards to help you become an unstoppable runner. I'm fired up. I hope you're ready to go and test out your diaphragmatic breathing in your next run. Breathing light and slow. Breathing light and slow. Super excited to cover this module throughout the Progressive Breathing for Runners program. These foundations will help you far beyond any of the advanced techniques. One of the core things here is that we are a society of over-breathers, shallow chest breathers, and really inefficient breathers who often breathe in dry, non-humidified, non-moist air, which makes our lungs have a really difficult job in supporting us to go further and faster and become unstoppable. Today, we're going to learn how to slow down the breath, how to breathe light, how to bring in some awareness, and then we're going to combine all of the light, the slow, and the deep, combine it together so that you can get the full experience of understanding how we should really experience breathing in our body so that we can be as efficient as possible. Let's dive in. Here's what we're going to cover today. Becoming aware of your breath, benefits, and observing your breath in your day to day. So every day, we are often very unconscious in terms of how we are breathing. Yet sometimes, and often during more stressful times, we start becoming aware, right? When we put our body through stressful situations at work, or it might be stressful situations in our runs, we might then feel an increased awareness of our breath. It's almost like we live in most of our day-to-day with having no awareness, and then it's all on fire, and we go, whoa, I've got burning lungs, right? So let's unpack that, and let's make that better. Breathing light exercise. We're going to go through a breathing light exercise to increase that awareness to that breath. Breathing light, slow, and deep exercise. We're going to run the exercise to combine it all together. As always, please follow on Instagram, YouTube, follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. This is where the latest updates come in. This is where my new experiments happen, so please follow along on those channels. Share the course. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. I can't do this without you. And if you find value in this course and understand that other runners experience some of these challenges, please share it. It's free knowledge for them. Train your team. Free online trainings for sports teams. Feel free to send me a message if you have a sports team or a run club and you want me to do a free online 1 hour one-on-one with your team. More than happy to jump online live one night during the week and make that happen. Warning. This is the most important video in the entire course. This is a progressive course and all of these modules stack upon one another. We've got to get the foundations right so that then we can advance in our skill. Watch the entire video, be present, don't fast forward. Pregnancy. Do not do any of the breathing exercises if you are in your first trimester. Strong breath holds create stress for mother and baby. Direct message me if pregnant for alternative solutions. I will be able to help. Pro tip, watch this video on 2x speed, but not the breathing exercises, as those are the important bits and we don't want to hyperventilate. Becoming aware of your breath. Breath awareness involves consciously observing your natural breathing patterns without trying to change them. We've got to understand the current state in our body so that then we can start working from that baseline to improve from the ground up. It helps in identifying your current breathing habits and recognizing any areas that need improvement. We walk around quite unconsciously and breathing is very autonomic. So let's bring awareness to that. Increases mindfulness and promotes relaxation, helping to reduce stress and anxiety. Enhances overall breathing efficiency by making you more conscious of how you breathe during different activities. Provides a foundation for practicing more advanced breathing techniques. Awareness is key, whether it's running technique, whether it's moving our bodies, whether it's how we breathe. When we start from a base of awareness, then we can really make change. Breathing light exercise. How does this work? Benefits: reduces sensitivity to carbon dioxide accumulation, normalizes breathing volume, harnesses nasal nitric oxide, improves oxygen uptake and delivery. Let's unpack some of these terms. Reduces sensitivity to carbon dioxide accumulation. We'll cover this later in the course in more detail, but in essence, our body's trigger to breathe is not fueled by a response to a shortage of oxygen, but actually, neurologically, it is trained to trigger when there is a shortage of carbon dioxide in our system. Normalizes breathing volume. When we know that our breathing is rushed and short and sharp, it's hard, right? And so when we become aware of our breathing and we learn to breathe light, we normalize the volume that we're moving through our system and optimize our breathing efficiency. Harnessing nasal nitric oxide. Shutting our mouth, really slowing down that breath, breathing through our nose and bringing intimate awareness to every one of those breaths that come in and come out. We also harness the superpowers of our nose, which produces nasal nitric oxide up there and takes it into our system to support our very efficient lungs at breathing more efficiently. Improves oxygen uptake and delivery. When we get that nasal nitric oxide down, when we slow down that breath, we improve our tolerance to carbon dioxide and we increase our lungs' ability to exchange gases in the lungs through this work. This is how we do it. I'm going to explain I think there's about 6 steps here so that you can guide yourself through this in your own time. I'm going to explain the steps and then we'll do a guided exercise. You can come back and do the guided exercise multiple times, but this is how it's going to work. So the first step to breathe light is to sit on a chair or lie down in a comfortable position, back straight in a quiet environment. Number 2, with your mouth closed, jaw relaxed, place one hand on your chest, one on your belly, breathe normally in and out through your nose. So just lightly rest, one hand on your chest, one hand on your belly for the awareness part of this. Number 3, close your eyes and focus your attention on your breath, noticing the sensation of air entering and leaving your nostrils. Observe the rise and fall of your chest and abdomen with each breath without trying to control the rhythm or the depth of your breathing. Observe the breath as it enters and leaves. Slow down your breathing so that you feel hardly any air entering and leaving your nostrils. The goal is to feel a want or hunger for air, to have a feeling that you would like to take a bigger breath. So what we're going to do is we're going to get comfortable, we're going to relax our body, we're going to get it focused, we're going to get it calm, we're going to bring awareness to our breathing, close our eyes, we're going to observe that rise and the fall, and then we're going to slow down that breath till we hardly feel any air entering or leaving, and then we're going to observe the goal of finding that edge of the hunger for the air. In a more visual essence, this is what it looks like. So as you can see here, we're going to start at the left hand side, whereby we're going to have normal, just observable breathing, inhalations, exhalations, and then we're going to really slow down that breath, and we're gonna encourage a lighter, slower breath, and as that happens, our air shortage tolerance increases. And throughout this exercise, if the breathing becomes so slow and so light that your body starts finding this want for air hunger, that's a great place that you've come to. And if the tolerance becomes too much and you want to take a big inhale, please do so with your nose, not with your mouth, or else you will not utilize the power of your nose and the nasal nitric oxide to help those lungs to breathe better. Take in those normal breaths to essentially recover from the tolerance of air hunger that we're building for 30 to 60 seconds, and then come back to the exercise, okay? So essentially, if you feel a strong tolerance and then I need to breathe, let it settle back down, and then get back to slowing that down light and slow, okay? You can practice this exercise for 5 minutes daily to develop a deeper awareness of your natural breathing patterns. Right, I'd love for you to get present, and I'm going to guide you through this breathing light exercise. To begin, please find a comfortable position, sitting, standing, or lying. Sitting on a chair is fine, with an upright spine. Lying down on the ground is fine, with an elongated back. Please relax your neck, your shoulder muscles. Close your mouth. Lightly rest your jaw together. Place the tip of your tongue on the roof of your mouth. Place one hand on your chest. Place the other hand on your belly. Now, lightly breathing through your nose. Just observe the natural breathing rhythm. Don't try to modify it in any way. Just maintain the relaxation within your breath. Feel the breath as you inhale lightly through that nose. Exhale lightly out the nose. Bring awareness to the movement of your hands on your belly as you inhale, to your chest as you inhale, and back down to your belly as you exhale, and your chest as you also exhale. Lightly close your eyes, maintaining relaxed shoulders. Please begin to slow down the inhale. Slow down the exhale. Breath by breath. Continue to slow down the inhale. Continue to slow down the exhale. Breath by breath. 2 more. Slowly increasing the time of the inhale, of the exhale, slowing that breath right down so it's so light, so inaudible. As you've now slowed down the breath significantly, if you feel a strong desire to breathe, please leave the mouth closed and inhale and exhale, returning to a natural rhythm through your nose. If you were continuing to slow down the breath, bring the awareness to the light sensation of the breath entering the nose Exhale out the nose. Increase the length of time on the inhale, on the exhale for the next 5 breaths. Allow the breath to be so light, so soft, so slow that you begin to find the edge, the tolerance for the breath as your body starts to register where the air hunger begins. Slowly, please return to a normal breathing rhythm within your body, lightly inhaling and exhaling through your nose and coming back to the program. So that guided exercise is the experience of breathing light, of slowing down that breath within your body. Feel free to use that for 5 minutes at the start of each day to begin to really embody that feeling of slowing down the breath. When we slow down the breath, we improve carbon dioxide delivery to our cells, which unlocks more oxygen within our cells, which helps with our metabolic function. By slowing down that breath and breathing through the nose, we take more nasal nitric oxide down into our lungs, helping our body breathe easier. Breathe light, slow, and deep exercise. So now that we've learned to breathe light, to breathe slow, and breathe deep in the earlier module, now we're going to tie it all together and bring in light, slow, and deep. What are the benefits? By breathing light, slow, and deep, it optimizes ventilation, improves breathing efficiency, increases gas exchange in the lungs, and improves heart rate variability. This exercise helps improve concentration and reinforces mindfulness of your breathing patterns. I've used an acronym in there, HRV, and this stands for heart rate variability. This is scientifically a direct correlation to our body's connection to our autonomic nervous system. So our nervous system can be stressed in fight or flight, or it can be relaxed in rest and digest. When we combine breathing light, slow, and deep, we are able to improve our heart rate variability so our body can exist in a more beneficial state and leaning more towards rest and digest and recovery and recharge versus stressed out and fight or flight. The other core thing here is that when we combine lightness, slowness, and depth, we significantly reduce the volume of air that we are breathing day in, day out. And this is critical to increasing our body's efficiency of breathing. So to do this, I'm going to run through the instructions again and then I'm going to guide you through. Number 1, sit comfortably and begin taking a few deep breaths in and out through your nose to settle in. Number 2, at the end of your next exhale, begin your exhale for a count of 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then inhale for a count of 4, 3, 2, 1. Repeat this 10 times. If your mind wanders, Gently bring your focus back to your breath and start counting from 1 again. What this looks like for those more visually in tune, in essence, we think that we need to breathe like this normally, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, right? And most people breathe at about 12 breaths per minute, in and out, in and out, in and out. What the science shows is that when we slow down our breathing, we master our nervous system and we improve our oxygen efficiency within our body. Now, how we can think about this mentally and how we can train our body physically is through this 4-count inhalation and 6-count exhalation. So breathe in for 4, out for 6. And if we do this, in for 4, out for 6 is 10 seconds. All right, 4 plus 6 is 10. And in 1 minute, 60 seconds, that means we breathe in and out 6 times. That is the goal, okay? To breathe less. We are a society of chronic overbreathers. So we can halve the number of breaths per minute if we breathe light, slow, and deep. And in essence, that's just significantly making our body more efficient, so it's less effort to move about through our day-to-day when we are going about what we need to do. So we will move into the exercise. Putting it into practice, breathing light, slow, and deep, guided. Finding a comfortable place, sit upright with your spine elongated, or lie comfortably with your spine elongated, your chin slightly tucked to just straighten that spine. Relaxing into your breath, gently shut your eyes down, close them lightly. Relax your shoulders, relax your jaw, tip of the tongue on the roof of your mouth. Close your mouth, breathing lightly and controlled in and out through your nose in a relaxed state. To get on the same page, please exhale completely. Inhale for a count of 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Continue for 2 more rounds on your own. Inhale for 4, exhale for 6. Return to normal breathing. Slowly bring your awareness back to the meeting and coming back to the presentation. So that is combining it all together. This is the way that we can get our breathing in the most efficient state as possible. So bring your awareness to your breath during your day-to-day as you're moving and increasing the length of that exhale. By now you should already be able to feel in your body a greater sense of calm and relaxation, and really starting to take control of your breathing systems. In summary, what have we learnt today? Breathing light reduces sensitivity to carbon dioxide accumulation, normalizes breathing volume, harnesses nasal nitric oxide, improves oxygen uptake and delivery. Breathing light, slow and deep improves that breathing efficiency. It increases gas exchange in our lungs and improves our heart rate variability. This increases mindfulness, promotes relaxation, helps reduce stress and anxiety. When our breathing is regulated, when it is calm, when we breathe less, we increase our brain's ability to get oxygen, which also reduces our stressfulness in our body, whether we are running, whether we are recovering, or whether we're just in the workplace. So it becomes really, really powerful. Enhance your overall breathing efficiency by making you more conscious of how you breathe during different activities. Again, awareness is key to improvement of anything, right? So we've measured our BOLT score, we've practiced deep breathing, we've practiced light breathing, we've practiced slow breathing, we've practiced it all together. I encourage you to just bring awareness to your breath in each of your daily activities and check in with yourself. Am I breathing light? Am I breathing slow? Am I breathing deep? If you can master that, you are a long way ahead to running unstoppably. Share the course. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. You can follow on Instagram. You can follow on YouTube. Follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. This is a quote I want to leave you with today. It's not attributed to any one person. I actually learnt this when I was working for a mining company in Australia, and our head of health and safety would tell us this all of the time. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. I did some more research. It turns out the US Marine Corps uses this very same mantra or slogan, you could say, in understanding that it seems counterintuitive to slow things down, but it can actually massively help speed up our efficiency to where we're going together. I'm fired up. I hope you're ready to go, and looking forward to seeing and hearing about how you utilize these tools in your day-to-day breathing and how you incorporate these within your running. The breath and posture. This module explores the intimate interconnectedness between how we hold ourselves and how our breathing systems, such as our diaphragm, really connect into our posture, which either support or don't support our ability to breathe whilst we're running and in our day-to-day. Let's dive in. Here's what we're going to cover. Connection and benefits, alignment and efficiency. If you think of our body like a car's engine, it might have pistons going up and down inside a big metal box. Well, our body's kind of like that box. It's a bit softer, but inside our body, our diaphragm works like a piston moving up and down. It just so happens that part of that box is our skeletal structure, which, if crooked, might make that piston going up or down a little more difficult. It just so happens that in our soft box, it supports both aspects. Posture check. We'll go through the posture check exercise, and then we'll level up and do the big 3 posture exercise, which is a great way for you to understand how we should be holding our body with our breath. You can follow Skeletal Freedom on Instagram. There's plenty of amazing updates and tons of insights here in the feed. Follow on YouTube for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Share the course. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. If you find this information valuable, feel free to share a module, share the community with another fellow runner. Train your team. Free online trainings for sports teams. If you run with a crew, if you run with a sports team, if you train in your day-to-day and you've got a group of mates that want to have a session with me, feel free to send me a message within the community and we can look to organize a one-on-one digital call with your team to get them understanding and training the basics of their breath. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. As always, this course is progressive and each module stacks upon each other. Watch the entire video, be present, don't fast forward. Pro tip, watch it on 2x speed, but not the breathing exercises. Connection and benefits. Let's dive in. Alignment. Proper posture aligns the body in a way that allows the diaphragm to move freely and efficiency. Getting the structural shape right informs how efficient the system is. Working on that technique first sets the groundwork for everything else to move effortlessly around it. Efficiency. Slouching or poor posture can compress the lungs and diaphragm, restricting airflow and reducing breathing efficiency. If you try to breathe bent over with your chest closed or really lazily, it'll be hard to breathe and you won't be maximizing those breathing muscles to really support you run further, run faster, and then not to mention during your day-to-day. Connection enhances lung capacity by allowing the chest and abdomen to expand fully during inhalation. When we understand the mechanics of how to properly breathe within our bodies, within our systems, we can really harness our lung capacity and really work the system so that we maximize the connection between our breathing muscles and our lungs. Reduce tension in the neck and the shoulders, which can interfere with smooth and deep breathing. When you feel in your body from the big 3 exercise, you'll be able to understand that, wow, I can be breathing and holding so much tension in my body at the same time. And we want to bring awareness to that so that we can eliminate that, so that you can be more relaxed and that your body is less in a state of stress when running and doing things that you love. Endurance promotes better oxygen exchange, leading to improved energy levels and endurance during physical activities. Just like a more efficient motor in a motor vehicle, this is no different for our breathing and for our running. The more efficient we are, the better oxygen exchange we have, and the improvement in our endurance is noticeable and significant. Posture check, exercise. What I would like you to do is sit in a chair with your feet flat on the ground and your back against the chair. So just simply wherever you are, sitting upright with your feet flat on the ground and your back against the chair. I'd like for you to place one hand on your chest and the other on your abdomen. Really simple, just gentle, just light, just like we did with the light and slow exercise. I would now like you to take a few deep breaths and observe how your chest and abdomen move. Ensure that your abdomen rises more than your chest. This indicates diaphragmatic breathing. Adjust your posture if needed to allow for deeper and more efficient breaths. So now that you're sitting upright with your hand on your chest and your other hand on your belly, aware of the straightness of your spine, Feel free to observe as you breathe in and out through either up top in the chest or down in the belly, which feels more structurally strong, which feels more structurally aligned, and which feels more structurally efficient for your breathing whilst you are sitting in this upright posture. Bringing awareness to where the breath and where the part of the body that we're breathing into and how that holds the shape of our body is super important to start leveling up our baseline. Let's shift into the big 3 posture exercise. Stand or sit with your feet hip width apart, shoulders back, relaxed, and spine straight. I've got 2 typos in here, so I'll get those fixed as well. Next, we imagine you're about to take the big 3 posture exercise. I'm going to run through and explain all the steps, and then after the explanation I'll do a guided session specifically for this. So don't worry about trying it, just learn it, and then I'll guide you through straight after. We'll be standing or sitting with our feet hip width distance apart, shoulders back, relaxed, and spine straight. I've got a couple of typos there. I need to update those. It's a good pickup. Imagine. Core word here is imagine. You are about to take a big controlled breath in through your nose. So I want you to imagine that you're about to take a big breath in through your nose. So imagining, not doing. The next step is the action, okay? So then with that thought of the big controlled breath that we're going to take in, we would then want to inhale 1/3 of that big breath with only your belly expanding. So thinking of a big breath, and this time through my nose, I'm only going to inhale 1/3 of that through my belly, okay? So inhaling 1/3 into my belly as the first part. Number 2, inhale the next third of that big breath with your lower ribs. So now that we've inhaled into our belly, now we're going to move up slightly, inhale into those lower ribs, okay? So in the belly, into the lower ribs. And thirdly, inhale the last third of that big breath with your chest, okay? So belly, lower ribs, chest. It's not over yet. Inhale 1 extra time to completely fill your capacity. This is the icing on the cake. So 1/3 in through the belly, 1/3 into the lower ribs, 1/3 into the chest, then 1 more inhale to completely fill the capacity, okay? Then I want you to relax your shoulders, and you're going to hold here for a count of 5 seconds. Then you're going to exhale out your nose, relax your torso, and return to normal breathing to complete the exercise. To begin the big 3 posture breathing exercise, please sit or stand in a comfortable position with your spine straight. Exhale your breath completely to get on the same page. Now imagine you're about to take 1 very big breath into your system. Inhale 1/3 of that breath into your belly. Next, inhale the next third of that big breath into your lower ribs. Thirdly, inhale the last third of that big breath into your chest. Now, to top it off, inhale 1 more time till there's no more room in there. Relax your shoulders down and hold your breath here for a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax and exhale fully. Return to normal breathing. You should feel that once we've fully inflated that whole capacity within our body, our shoulders are relaxed, that there's an innate structure and strength to the system. There's a strong natural alignment. Our shoulders are away from our ears, and our body feels calm, engaged, and strong. Let's do it one more time. Please sit or stand upright once again. Exhale fully to get on the same page. Imagine you're about to take that one big breath again. Inhale 1/3 into your belly. Inhale the next third into your lower ribs. Inhale the last third into your chest. Inhale one more time so that there's no more ability to fill that space. Relax your shoulders. And hold the breath for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale out the nose. Return to normal breathing rhythm. This cue set is a way that you can experience correct posture and alignment and the impact of the breath and how that directly supports the structure of your spine and the alignment of your breath to be moving in and out effectively. You'll also probably notice it's helped clear the mind. Let's shift back in and work through the rest of this module. In summary, efficiency, alignment, connection, and endurance. When we get that form right, when we get the structure aligned, it allows our diaphragm to move effectively, and it allows that plunger effect to be really efficient within the cavity of our breathing system. Practice maintaining good posture while sitting at a desk, standing, walking, and exercising. So you can use this tool, the Big 3 posture exercise, anytime you catch yourself slouching, lazily sitting in the car, lazily running along. Just check in. Am I breathing into my belly? Am I breathing into those lower ribs? Am I breathing into the chest? Oh, then relax my shoulders. Wow, this now feels like my spine's engaged, my breathing muscles are engaged, and I'm really efficient. That's the goal. Daily, regularly check in with your body throughout the day to correct any slouching or tension, and you will find massive efficiency gains to become unstoppable in your breathing and your movement. Share the course. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. You can follow on Instagram, on YouTube. Follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Today's quote: it may seem difficult at first, but everything is difficult at first. Miyamoto Musashi. He is a Japanese swordsman and a Japanese strategist, and this quote to me exemplifies that if we want to understand deeper parts of our inner working, or we want to go beyond what our current belief is or our current ability, it's probably going to be a little bit difficult at first, but everything's difficult at first. Then we become stronger, then we see clearer, and then we can go on to achieve our dreams. I'm fired up. I hope you're ready to go, and your posture will be changed throughout your day-to-day, in your running, in your breathing, in your movement, to support you to become a better runner. Common breathing mistakes. There's some really simple fundamentals we're going to roll through so that you have awareness in your day-to-day running and training so that you can optimize your breathing to become unstoppable. Let's dive in. Here's what we're going to cover. mouth breathing, dehydration, and nasal benefits. We'll understand the purpose of the mouth, we'll understand the purpose of the nose, we'll even take a sneak peek at what the nose actually looks like. When I learn about what the nose actually looks like, what its purpose is and what goes on, I'm like, wow, of course. But that's up to you to make your own decision. Let's carry on. Shallow chest breathing, fatigue and inefficiency. Time and time again, in fellow runners, this is what I see that actually is a big limiting factor in really simple performance and really simple ways that can just make the experience of running more joyful, more enjoyable, and support people to just go further and faster with way less effort. That's how I want to run. Irregular breathing patterns. Inconsistency is the biggest thing here. We'll shoot through some quick tips as how you can improve your breathing patterns whilst running to maximize your oxygen efficiency. Overbreathing, hyperventilation, blood oxygen balance. They say that the average person breathes 20,000 times per day. It's something 20 to 22,000 times per day. An efficient breather will breathe half of that. So if you expand that over a lifetime, that is a lot more breaths. It's a lot more work that our breathing muscles, that our lungs have to endure just to survive, just to show up every single day. So when we optimize this and we autonomically get our bodies to a state where we can actually breathe less to do all of the same things, that's when we start to make real change in our running, real change in our day-to-days. Instagram, you can follow Skeletal Freedom on Instagram for the latest updates. You can also follow on YouTube to help understand how to become an unstoppable runner. Follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Share the course. If you find value in this, let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. If these tips are helping you, feel free to share this community, share this content with your fellow runners or your fellow teammates. Train your team. Free online trainings for sports teams. All of this is absolutely free, and running is fundamental to pretty much every sport. So if we get this right with our breathing, with our movement, then that foundation is huge for everyone around us doing the things that we love. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, be present, don't fast forward. We continue to build on these progressive skills, so keep learning, keep showing up, keep embodying these practices so that you can level up your running. Pro tip, watch on 2x speed, but not the breathing exercises as always. Mouth breathing. Issue. Breathing through the mouth can lead to dry airways, increased water loss, and less efficient oxygen uptake. Correction. Practice nasal breathing during both rest and exercise. It filters, warms, and humidifies the air, improving overall respiratory efficiency and balances our blood pH. Tip: start by practicing nasal breathing during low intensity runs and gradually increase this as you get more comfortable. So coming back to a few of these things that we've mentioned here, breathing through the mouth can lead to dry airways. Our mouth is a moist place in our body, and we know that when we move air past moist surfaces, it dries them out. Especially if we're running in cool climates or on hot days, that exacerbates the dehydration in the mouth, which then sends dry, unhumidified air into our lungs, which often gives us a sensation of burning lungs or feeling like our lungs are on fire. Increased water loss. Continuing on from that, right? When we breathe through our mouths, it has been shown that you can increase your water loss by 30 to 40% compared to someone that is nasal breathing. That is huge, especially when we're looking to start going further in our running, from 10Ks to a half marathon distance, to marathons, to ultra marathons. Optimizing our moisture intake is either something we often have to carry, or we have to stop regularly to fill up our water supply. And so if we can make a simple adaptation to modify this and make this not become a requirement, it is huge gains for our training and the enjoyment of increasing our endurance. Less efficient oxygen uptake. But Alex, you say, my nose is really small. How can I get all of that air into my lungs, right? That I need to move faster and further. And coming modules will explore the importance of how saturated our blood is with oxygen. Quick hint, it's already oversaturated with oxygen and it's not actually the limiting factor. And so that's when, if we reduce the surface area that we can breathe in through, it increases our intra-abdominal pressure in our lungs. It creates the right chemistry in our blood to unlock that oxygen from our cells to then help you generate more energy to support the activities. So this can increase your oxygen uptake efficiency between 10 to 20% within your body. Big gains. Let's have a look at the nose. I've never personally looked inside my nose until understanding this diagram, and it takes me a little bit back to childhood, I guess, biology or like just human studies. And what's really interesting is that when you see the mouth like this and the nose like this side by side, we begin to understand the purpose of these structures far more intensely. If you Google what is the nose's primary function in the human body, it will tell you that it is to warm, humidify, and filtrate the air. Okay? Warm, humidify, filter. Okay, those are three fundamental core roles. The mouth's role is not to warm or humidify air. It doesn't have the toolkit to filter it, right? And so when we start looking at specific tools for specific jobs, that's when we do use the right tool for the right job. Okay, so it's not like when we're trying to open a can or a jar, we like use our foot. Even though our foot sort of could do it maybe, it's the wrong tool for the job, right? And because in our lifetimes we've probably just never been taught around what these parts of our body are actually for. I certainly haven't for the first 31 years of my life. When I started to understand, I was like, oh, that makes sense. And so looking into this diagram, you can actually see that the tongue takes up a lot of the cavity in the mouth, and that when the nose is full of cilia, which you can't see in this diagram, that's primary for filtration of that air coming in. There's this complex chamber structure within the nose which mixes, filters, gives time for the air to move through the airways. It warms it, it humidifies it, very specifically for the purpose of air, not for the purpose of eating or things like that. And so that's why this organ of the nose is designed specifically for breathing. And this little diagram is a great little insight. You can actually just see the space of clear space that's meant for, I guess, air within the body, and how these two structures are very different. Shallow chest breathing. Next common mistake that runners make: shallow chest breathing. The issue: relying on shallow breaths from the chest rather than deep diaphragmatic breaths can lead to rapid fatigue and reduced oxygen intake. So as you've already experienced, breathing deep in our lungs, in our body, we maximize the full volume of those lungs, and we become a more efficient engine and pump system to get that air into our bodies. Correction, focus on diaphragmatic breathing where the abdomen rises and falls with each breath. Ensure deeper and more efficient air exchange. Just like blowing up an air mattress, we want to be using big, long, deep strokes of the hand air pump, not short, sharp. We get really puffed really fast, and so bring strong awareness to your breathing when you're running. As it's short, is it in the top of my chest? Am I panting more dog-like, or am I like a really efficient, deep, full stroke breath that's being really efficient? Tip, place one hand on your chest and one hand on your abdomen while practicing deep breathing to ensure your abdomen is moving more than your chest. So again, as you're moving, as you're running, just check in and see, am I moving more in my chest or am I breathing more from my diaphragm? If not, feel free to pause, do the exercise of deep diaphragmatic breathing, both hands on your lower rib cage, and expand the air into those ribs. Or when you stop to recover, do the same as well. It's really powerful to have that awareness. Irregular breathing patterns. Issue, inconsistent breathing patterns can disrupt your running rhythm and lead to early fatigue. Correction, develop a steady rhythm breathing pattern that matches your running cadence. Tip, use a 2-2 or 3-3 breathing pattern. Inhale for 2 or 3 steps, exhale for 2 or 3 steps to maintain consistency. So when we're running, if our diaphragm and our heart and our legs are all moving inconsistently or incongruently together, then it makes it really hard for those systems to find a stable rhythm, right? To support the body, to create a consistent feeling within the body that the systems are just flowing in a way together. And so when we bring awareness to our breathing and start maybe adding a count of inhaling for 2 breaths, exhaling for 2 breaths, or it might be via steps, inhaling for 3 steps, 1, 2, 3, exhaling for 3, 1, 2, 3. We start to build this rhythm in this regular breathing pattern, which starts to become really supportive to the rest of the functions of the body during your run. Overbreathing. Issue, breathing too rapidly and shallow can lead to an imbalance in oxygen and carbon dioxide levels, causing dizziness and reduced performance. Correction, practice controlled breathing techniques that emphasize slower, deeper breaths. Tip, focus on extending your exhalation, which can help maintain a calm and controlled breathing rate. So by breathing too much, sometimes we think that to get more oxygen into our cells we need to breathe more, when in reality it's quite the opposite. So when we breathe shallow and irregular, right, it shifts our carbon dioxide balance in our blood, which shifts our body's ability to exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide in our cells to be able to create energy and propel our body forward. When we extend our exhalation, what it does is it reduces our breathing rate, it increases our breathing volume, and in doing so, it supports our body's tolerance for more carbon dioxide to be in our bloodstream, which inadvertently releases more oxygen from our bloodstream into our cells. It's really powerful. It also calms our nervous system. So next time you feel a desire to, that you're puffed or you're really exerted, think, am I over breathing right now? Am I breathing shallow? Am I breathing fast? If yes, you might be a little bit stressed, a little bit panicked. The system might be a bit incongruent. Extend the exhale and it will calm the nervous system. It will enable more oxygen to be released from your cells and give your body the energy it needs to propel itself forward. In summary, the nose is designed for breathing. Google it. The nose is designed to warm, humidify, and filtrate the air. Breathe deep, reduce fatigue, and maximize volume. All about efficiency. Draw that breath right down into the full capacity of those lungs. You'll maximize the volume and reduce your fatigue in doing so. Breathe regularly, in step, in rhythm, gives the body confidence that it's calm and moving effectively towards where you need to go or the distance goal you're setting yourself. Emphasize slower, deeper breaths. Slower, deeper breaths calm our nervous system and will support you to run further. Extending exhalations increase that calmness of mind, of the body, and enjoy experimenting with this on your next run. Share the course. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. You can follow along on Instagram, on YouTube to become an unstoppable runner. Follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Today's quote: mediocrity doesn't just happen, it's chosen over time through small choices day by day. Just like how we run and how we move through the world, we have the ability to make small choices and small modifications to help us flow through life and make those runs more enjoyable. I think beyond breathing, it's just a constant curiosity with how this body moves through the world, and I'm always fascinated by how we can improve that efficiency. So every day we have small choices, so it's up to you which choices you make on your next run and on the next day or for the rest of today. I'm fired up. I hope you're ready to go and start to debunk some of those common mistakes for runners for yourself and enjoy the experiments. The nose clearing technique. This is one of the last modules in week 1, and it's super foundational to essentially having clear airways so we can harness all of the awesome power of our nose whilst we are doing exercise. This technique comes in handy at the start of the day, before a run. Also, if you're feeling a bit stuffy and you've got blocked sinuses and a blocked nose, this technique essentially harnesses the natural superpowers of our human body to unblock our nose. Who would have thought? Let's dive in and explore a little bit more about the nose unblocking technique. Here's what we're going to cover. The importance of clear nasal passages. Just like any flow or a blocked pipe in your house, we need those to be clear so that we can get the right fluids, in our context, air, to where our body needs it the most. Clearing your nose, we will run through the exercise. It's a simple exercise that everybody can do, and once you've learned it, you'll probably never forget it ever again. When to use the nose clearing technique, workouts, runs, colds, and mornings, safety and tips. You can follow on YouTube, on Instagram, follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom, share the course. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. So if you find this nasal unblocking technique valuable, please share it with your friends. Please share it with your fellow runners. Train your team. Free online trainings for sports teams. Feel free to expand this information to your local running crew or to your local sports team. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, be present, don't fast forward. It would kind of be like having a blocked nose and then not blowing it, right? Your mum will always be telling you off for sniffling and snorting and all sorts of stuff like that. Your mates don't want you sniffling away whilst you're running next to them. So let's go. Pro tip, watch on 2x speed, but not the breathing exercises. The importance of clear nasal passages. Efficient breathing. Clear nasal passages are crucial for efficient nasal breathing, which filters, warms, and humidifies the air before it reaches the lungs. Core thing here is that our nose is designed specifically to warm, humidify, and filter the air that we breathe. When we get puffed, when our body gets sweaty, all of those things are to do with humidification and the temperature of air leaving and entering our system. And filtration, our nose has lots of little hairs in them called cilia, which catch all of the particulates or the fine particles that are floating around. And so when we use our nose for this purpose, it catches all the things such as pollen and dust, whether we're exercising or just walking and going about our day. It can really help us to be healthy at a foundational level, irrespective of if we're running as well. Enhance oxygen uptake. Nasal breathing enhances oxygen uptake and helps maintain steady rhythmic breathing during running. So when we breathe through our nose, it increases the intra-abdominal pressures in our lungs, and as you know, that gives us more access to be able to exchange air with our blood in our lungs. Alleviate congestion. Helps to quickly alleviate nasal congestion, allowing for uninterrupted nasal breathing. Nitric oxide supports better oxygen delivery and overall respiratory efficiency, which is crucial for endurance and performance. This gas, nitric oxide, was just thought to be some sort of waste gas in our environment for many years until in about the 90s, I need to look this up, but a guy literally won a Nobel Prize for discovering that our body actually creates nitric oxide in our nose. And they actually understood that this nitric oxide acts as a vasodilator in our blood cells, which is a big complex word, but vasodilation, vaso for vascular, dilation means to make bigger or make wider. And so essentially it makes our blood vessels enlarged, which makes things like air exchange easier. So this is a really powerful superpower. And in today's exercises, you're going to actually be able to feel that in your body. It's an amazing effect, and it's really simply induced. Can improve comfort and focus during runs by preventing the need to switch to mouth breathing. So clearer the airways, the more efficient we are, and that's what we want to do to be able to run further, faster, with a bigger smile on our face, and become unstoppable runners. Here's an example of a recent nasal passage clearer who's been experimenting with this technique. Good friend Zach, he's just done a big 50k run and just completed 100k. So anyway, in the weeks leading up, he'd been experimenting with this technique, and in his own words, I did the unblock your airways routine yesterday and this morning. I actually felt fucking amazing after doing it. Looking forward to seeing the improvements aerobically too. Great content, loving the course so far. I'm about 28% in, but I'm taking notes and will apply it all to a T. My response, fuck yeah, that's really cool to hear. The nose unblocking, so simple but powerful, huh? It is, man. You feel so clear and calm afterwards. Ariana has bad asthma, so we'll introduce it to her too. This is really powerful stuff, and you'll learn really soon. It's a really, really, really simple technique. So, looking forward to getting into that with you guys. Clearing your nose, the exercise. How do we do this? I'm just going to explain the steps as usual, and then we'll do it together guided straight afterwards. Number 1, sit or stand comfortably and take a normal breath in through your nose. Number 2, exhale gently and pinch your nose with your fingers to hold your breath. Just a simple 2 fingers at the top, just as you sort of come down past where the cartilage ends. You can squeeze just lightly and block your nose just there with 2 fingers to hold your breath. Whilst holding your breath, gently move your head side to side. So once we exhale completely, we're going to gently pinch our nose, and then we are going to tilt our head side to side, just like this, as if your head was square on your shoulders and you're simply going side to side. Continue holding your breath until you feel a moderate air hunger. So once you've pinched your nose and you're going side to side, usually for people with low to moderate BOLT score, you should be able to hold now this for about anywhere between 10 to 20 seconds. You can usually count to 20, count to 10, or when you feel a moderate air hunger, so a moderate need to breathe, okay? So if you feel like you're getting close to passing out or it's too much, just take note of how many counts you're up to, and just come up to that moderate level before the next step, which is release your nose and breathe normally through your nose. So when you feel that moderate air hunger with the rock side to side and you need to breathe, release the pinch of your nose and breathe normally through it. Repeat the exercise 5 to 6 times or until your nasal passages feel clearer. Core thing to note, when you experience the moderate air hunger and you rock side to side, anywhere between 10 to 20, when you release, don't open your mouth to breathe in only through the nose. The core reason for this is that's where the primary benefit is, and when we pinch the nose and rock the head, it pulls the nasal nitric oxide within the structure of our nose, and then when we release the pinch, we essentially inhale all the way through our nose, and due to the moderate air hunger, we actually get the benefit of all of that nasal nitric oxide as deeply into our lungs as possible, which then, as you know, will also increase the vasodilation. But the core thing is the vasodilation also occurs in the nasal cavity. So that's the steps, and next we're going to do this guided. So let's go full screen and jump in together. So what I would like you to do is just find a comfortable seated or standing position wherever you are. Just observe your breath. Make sure your mouth is closed, and just allow a slow resting breath to come in and come out of your nose. Now just lightly raising your hand, you can bring it close to where you need to pinch your nose. I would like you to exhale completely to get on the same page. Inhale, and at the end of your next exhale, pinch your nose and begin to rock your head side to side. Now, once you've found that moderate air hunger, or about 20 rocks side to side, resume that breathing through the nose, in and out, for the next 30 to 60 seconds, and allow that breathing rhythm to come back to a normal state. what we are doing is allowing the breath to now re-regulate. Getting ready for a second round. Bring your fingers up near your nose, getting ready to block. Please exhale fully to get on the same page. Inhale lightly. Exhale fully, pinching the nose and beginning to rock the head side to side for 10 to 20 counts. Near the end of your moderate air hunger, release the pinch of the hand and inhale through the nose. Return to normal breathing. Okay, so that's the experience of the nose unblocking exercise. So I'd recommend that you do that 5 to 6 times or until you feel a significant difference in the clarity of your airways through doing this technique. And I'm sure through that experience of just doing it twice, when you inhale after releasing the pinch, you can feel a very strong cooling sensation heading down your trachea, down into your lungs. That's the power of the nasal nitric oxide. And if you're particularly stuffy in the nose, it might be starting to run a little bit more. That's the dilation up top, starting to release all and let go of all of the stuff that's been dried out and held on up there. So feel free to use a tissue or have one handy. And when we do this daily, when we start the day or before we go for a run, or like I said, if we've got a cold, it's really, really, really powerful to unlock our breathing, to just give us full power, which is a great place to start to then enable us to do the things that we love. Let's wrap this up. When to use the nose clearing technique. Pre-workout. Use this technique before runs or workouts to ensure optimal airflow and breathing efficiency. Mid-run, it can also be helpful during runs if you feel your nasal passages becoming congested. Don't be afraid to pull over, stop, do a few rocks side to side and get that airway clear whilst you're experimenting with your breathing and your running. Have a cold? Also a great technique to clear the sinuses. Introduce this 4 times during the day to support the clearing. So again, just take the practice and do it more intensively throughout the day, and that will help stack your body's natural ability and nasal nitric oxide to clear those airways and to clear any mucus or gunk that's building up within the nose. Morning routine, a great exercise to undertake upon waking and starting the day, ensuring clear nasal passages for effective breathing throughout the day. Safety and tips. Gentle, ensure you perform the exercise gently to avoid any strain or discomfort. So gentle pinching of the nose and gentle rocking of the head. The rocking of the head, you might ask, why? Scientifically, they haven't been able to understand why. From my experience in biomechanics in the body, essentially this center line through our ears is to do with our balance center in the body. So when we feel car sick or seasick, the connection between our ear bones and the earth comes disorientated, which causes nausea in our body. The center, when we rock it side to side, shifts that axis and changes the information being sent to the brain, and combining that with the biochemical change in the nose of the nasal nitric oxide, it becomes a very powerful technique to shift the physical state in our body. Deviated septums. Common, up to 80% of the population, they believe, but it does not mean dysfunction. So if you've been having trouble breathing throughout your life, there's a common observation that when they stick cameras up people's noses, they find this thing called a deviated septum. Oh, wow, we're all not straight. Nature's not straight. You can do all sorts of surgery and things like that. And yes, if you have very specific problems with your nose, I'm sure the specialist will advise you of the right procedures to support that. Yet something I would strongly encourage you to do is do everything in your power first before going under the knife to clear that nasal passage. And then even if you do get medical support, feel free to use these techniques for recovery as well and beyond to support the clearance of that airway. Way back in the day, I studied geology. And at university, that's rocks, and we used to observe and understand the power of rivers. Now, why am I talking about rivers and breathing? Well, I don't have data to back this up, but what I know from geology is that most rivers are what we often call a wiggly braided river. And so if you're from New Zealand, there's lots of these, or if you know of, say, the Amazon jungle, the Amazon River is often viewed as very wiggly. But what happens as humans, we straighten those out and we put valuable farmland on either side of them, or we might carve a straight section in a river for a rowing course, or swimming, or to make way for a city. What happens is, the straighter a river is, the less amount of sediment it can carry down the river. So the wigglier a river is, the more sediment that flow of water can carry in it for further to get it to the sea. I believe our noses are no different. Now, air pollution in cities globally is at crazy levels. And what they measure that in is particulate matter, and those levels mean there's lots of particles in the air. And so when we're breathing, if we're just breathing with our mouth, all of those particles are going straight into our lungs. What do we think that causes, right? Inflammation, irritation, challenges to our health. If we're breathing through our nose, I believe that our body's natural response to our environment has actually been to deviate the septums of people's noses so that they can deal with more polluted airways. Hence why up to 80% of the population have been found to have deviated septums. So I actually think it's maybe just a bodily response to be able to deal with higher pollution in our airways that we live in the environments wherever we are. So when we're out in nature, it always feels amazing and it's always the best. It's probably because it's really clear air and our wiggly septums are like, woo, it's like a highway now to get all of the good oxygen into our bodies. Moving on, consistency. Practice regularly to maintain clear nasal passages and enhance your overall breathing efficiency. We've got extra slides here. Summary. No, we are up to the summary. Clear nose equals an efficient nose. Nasal breathing increases oxygen uptake. The studies have found that it can increase partial pressure of oxygen in the rest of our body by up to 10%, which a 10% gain in oxygen exchange capacity in our systems whilst running is huge. So take it or leave it. Repeat 5 to 6 times or until your nasal passages feel clear. Everybody is different, and every morning that we wake up, our bodies are also different. So feel free to experiment with what's right for you, and hopefully your body can find a nice clear rhythm without needing to do this every single day. Morning routine is a great way to easily incorporate this into your day. Share the course, let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. You can follow on Instagram, YouTube. Follow for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Today's quote: you can choose the person you wish to be. A person with insight and self-knowledge can do whatever they want. Diana Gabaldon. She's an author, and this quote to me is magic, because when we learn things about our body or our systems, or we have an experience whereby we feel, wow, that's cooler, calmer air moving down my system, whoa, my nose has become unblocked this morning because I used this technique, we can't unsee that. And that's really powerful knowledge. So I'm looking forward to hearing your wins of your nasal unblocking, and I can't wait for you to be breathing clear and running strong over the coming weeks. I'm fired up. I hope you're ready to go and become an unstoppable runner. Thanks for joining in. Smart training tools. I've included this module because I think it's an interesting discussion when we're starting out, and we live in an abundant world where there's all these amazing sensors that can be on our wrist, in our phones, and we've got all this technology to log how we're going, where we're going, what we're doing. And I just thought I'd cover that in some of the major brands so that you've got an insight about what's going on whilst you're training, whilst you're working with your breathing, whilst you're working with your running. And I hope you'll pick up on this throughout the eventuation of this discussion about smart devices and smart tools that we can use in our training. But I've personally run a full 50k ultra marathon and a full 100 kilometer ultra marathon, both the UTA 50 and the Tarawera Ultra Marathon 100, with no smartwatch, only ever logging Ks and time on my smartphone with Strava, because phones are mandatory gear on most ultras anyway. And I really do believe that the ultimate goal is to not need our smart devices and actually just be connected with our own rhythm, our own understanding of our breath and our body to support us to go where we need to go. I'll elaborate on a story as to why maybe when we start to push it a little bit further, knowing some heart rate or pace or time data live in real time can be beneficial. But otherwise, if, for instance, you don't have a smart watch, or heck, for any reason you don't have a smartphone on you, it's not the end of the world. I believe this should be accessible to everyone, and when we just understand to connect with our bodies and how we're going, it can give us massive insights as we're moving along. So let's dive into some smart tools and some of the modern brands and what they do and how they do it and what that means. So let's go. Smart training tools. Here's what we're going to cover today. Heart rate variability, HRV. What it is, HRV and recovery, and how to measure it. You've probably heard this term around the place, whether it's through running or whether you've just got a new watch. It's a little bit of a buzzword at the moment. We'll unpack the details of this, why it's important for things like sleep, and how you can track that. Blood oxygen saturation, abbreviation SpO2. We'll cover what it is, the relationship between altitude and oxygen, and recovery and sleep. Smartwatches overview, I will run through Garmin, Coros, Apple, and Fitbit, and I'll give you a demo on my Coros Apex 2 so that you can just see and do the exercise for yourself on whatever brand you have, if you have one of those brands on you. You can test your own HRV and specific oxygen as well. Data and intuition. We'll cover that and what the ultimate goal is. You can follow on Instagram, on YouTube for the latest and exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Please share the course. Let's start a revolution together and change runners' lives. You can train your team. This is free online trainings for sports teams. And if you've got a sports team, say 10 people, and you want to have a one-on-one session, feel free to send me a message in the community and we'll see what we can work out. I'm really interested in spreading this message to as many people as possible, so feel free, we can work out a digital conference or something like that. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, be present, don't fast forward. This is a progressive course. This helps add insight into everything that we're doing, mind, body, and soul. Pro tip, watch on 2x speed, but not the breathing exercises. Let's get started with heart rate variability, HRV. What is HRV? HRV measures the variation in time between heartbeats. It's a non-invasive way to assess the autonomic nervous system, abbreviated as ANS, which controls heart rate. So it monitors the time between heartbeats, and what they've found is that this is directly correlated to our nervous system. Okay? And so the broad umbrella of our nervous system is the autonomic nervous system. So this is think of autonomic like automatic, like your automatic car, right? It's the automatic nervous system and the automatic response when our body is under stress or under load or in peace or in calm. And under the autonomic nervous system, there's two branches, the fight or flight or the rest and digest, which is the sympathetic nervous system, which is the fight or flight, and the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the rest and digest. So heart rate variability essentially is an indicator of your body's natural rhythm, and they've found the correlation that if the heart rates and different devices and different smart tools measure it in slightly different ways, if the heartbeats have certain distances between them, what they can indicate is when the body is in a resting state and when the body is in a stressful state, indicating the difference between being in fight or flight or rest and digest. And so obviously when we're training or running, we impose stress on our body and we then need to recover. So if we understand where our heart rate variability is throughout that process, we can monitor that through our training, through our day-to-day, through our week-to-week, and this can be a really valuable tool to keeping ourselves well whilst we're doing hard things. Recovery indicator. Higher heart rate variability generally indicates a well-recovered, adaptable, and resilient autonomic nervous system, whereas lower heart rate variability can signal stress, fatigue, or overtraining. So if the tank's low, we're probably running in the stressed out part of the autonomic nervous system. If the tank's high and our heartbeats are coherent, then we're probably sufficiently recharging, restoring, and recovering in our body. Training adaptation. Monitoring heart rate variability can help runners adjust their training intensity. A sudden drop in heart rate variability might suggest the need for more recovery time or a reduction in training load. So if on the weekend, say you go for a Sunday long run, it might increase the stress on your body significantly. The body might be working really hard throughout that evening and the next day to recharge all the cells from all the work we've done, and then we might start seeing that heart rate variability return to normal. These smart devices can essentially track that and give us indications of where we're at so we can support our optimal recovery and stress as we begin to train our bodies. Stress management. Since heart rate variability is influenced by stress, tracking it can help runners manage both physical and mental stress, optimizing overall well-being and performance. This is really interesting because stress isn't always visible, right? We might be walking around with a limp. We understand there's some sort of stress causing that in our physical body, but often mentally we can't pick that up on person to person or within our colleagues. And so this is a really unconscious indicator of how stressed our body is, because the heart rate variability measures our autonomic nervous system, which is our automatic nervous system in essence. So it's something that we can't see, and that's what makes it so powerful. Optimal heart rate variability is maximized when the heart rate is reduced to 6 breaths per minute. So, just like we've previously covered, our breathing is connected to our heart rate, and core branches of our nervous system are wedged essentially smack bang in the middle of the intersection between the pericardium and the diaphragm. And so when our breath is optimized, light, slow, and deep, this also directly impacts our heart rate variability. How to measure? Many smartwatches and fitness trackers now include HRV measurement, and we're going to go through some of those today. Here is an example from my Coros app as what this might look like in your device. Now, various devices have different outputs and different measurement scales based on how they interpret the studies and how they choose to communicate it to their users. So this is just an example of my one. If you've got a different brand, please look it up. Usually all of the main players have an awesome blog on their website explaining the ins and outs and what you can look for in your training. Blood oxygen saturation. SpO2. The S and the P, small p, stands for significant pressure. Essentially the significant pressure, or what they call the partial pressure of the oxygen in the body's system. And so these smart devices can measure that. What is SpO2? SpO2 measures the percentage of oxygen-saturated hemoglobin in the blood. It indicates how effectively the lungs are delivering oxygen to the blood and the rest of the body. So it measures in our body, our blood is constantly circulating about 4 to 5 liters of blood in our body at any one time. And it measures within the blood, our little cells of the hemoglobins, how many oxygens are essentially attached to them, or how many oxygens are in that stream of hemoglobin within the blood. And so it can tell us how effectively our lungs are delivering oxygen into that blood, because the lungs are that diffusion barrier between our carbon dioxide and our oxygen. And what's really fascinating is that our blood, contrary to belief, is often saturated with 95 to 98% oxygen at any one time. And when we push our exercise harder, it decreases very little in comparison to what we think is normally the case of when I am puffed, I need to breathe more to get more oxygen into my system. It's actually really the body just struggling to release that oxygen from our cells that is the limiting factor. And this is released from the carbon dioxide through the Bohr effect. You can Google that, and we've covered that previously, and further modules will continue to explore the Bohr effect and how carbon dioxide is the main limiting factor in releasing the oxygen from our already oversaturated, almost 100% saturated blood with the oxygen. Okay. Altitude acclimatization. For runners training at high altitudes, monitoring specific oxygen can help ensure they are acclimatizing properly and not at risk of altitude sickness. So when you go to altitude, essentially the pressure, SpO2, specific pressure or partial pressure of oxygen in our body decreases, and so our blood struggles to get the oxygen from the air into our bloodstream and maintain that within our body. Our watches can now measure that, which is super cool. So if you go into altitude over 2,000, 2,500 meters, which I think is 4,000 to 6,000 feet, you should be able to see with a smartwatch your specific oxygen being at a lower level, which might be somewhere in the realms of 90 to 95%, or if you're pushing it with exercise at altitude, it could get all the way down to something like 80%. The really interesting thing that they've found is that we can simulate altitude training at low altitudes with different breathing techniques. And so within the rest of Breathing for Runners, we explore some of these techniques and how we can train our bodies to be at altitude whilst running to get the benefits from altitude training whilst living low. So a little slogan they say is train high, live low. Well, it turns out we can simulate training high whilst we live and train low. We'll cover that later. Respiratory efficiency. Low specific oxygen levels can indicate respiratory issues or insufficient oxygen delivery during intense exercise. So again, we can measure this throughout training and midway through trainings, or when we're, say, in the mountains doing other forms of exercise. Recovery and sleep quality. Monitoring SpO2 during sleep can help assess recovery, as oxygen levels can drop due to factors like sleep apnea, a condition where breathing stops and starts. So if our breathing is dysfunctional and we are sleeping, and sleep apnea means how frequently our breathing stops or starts during the night. So if we are poor breathers, and we might be snoring away with our mouth wide open at night and we get a little stutter, that's our body not being able to get oxygen. It's actually essentially stimulating a breath hold response to enable the carbon dioxide to increase in the blood to release more oxygen so that our body can keep vital functions going. When we are recovering or when we are sleeping, if we understand our SpO2 during the night, it can be an indicator of how well or how functional our breathing is for our recovery in our body. And as you know, sleep is a really important time to get oxygen to our cells to give them energy to recover and repair from our training. How to measure specific oxygen. A pulse oximeter is a small portable device that clips onto the fingertip, and some smartwatches now include sensors, and I'll let you know which ones those are as we go through some of the main brands coming up, and I'll show you a demo on my watch as well. Smartwatches. The Garmin's. The Forerunner and Phoenix series offer features such as heart rate variability and specific oxygen monitoring. Heart rate variability is accessed through the Health Stats widget. Specific oxygen can be found under the Pulse Ox widget. So Garmin just calls it something different. Pulse Ox means pulse oximeter, and that's a widget within the Garmin technology. Here's an example of one of those watches and what that might look like for you. Apple Watches. The Apple Watch Series 6 and later models include heart rate variability and specific oxygen. The HRV data is available under Heart in the Health app, and specific oxygen can be monitored using the Blood Oxygen app in the App Store. This is an example of the Apple Series 6 and what this might look like for you. And as you can see, compared to some of the other examples we were just looking at before, Apple measures it slightly different. Apple often has a very simplistic layout and communication style, so that's why it might be a little bit different. Fitbit. Fitbit devices such as the Charge and Versa series offer SpO2 and HRV monitoring to track breathing patterns and overall health. Heart rate variability data can be accessed in the Health Metrics dashboard, and specific oxygen monitoring is found in the oxygen saturation section. So again, just another similar term that they're all using to communicate this. Here's an example of a measurement from a Fitbit. Coros. Coros watches like the Apex and Vertex provide SpO2 monitoring and HRV tracking for detailed health insights. HRV can be checked through the fitness section. Specific oxygen is available under the blood oxygen measurement tool. And here is an example of the Apex 2 Pro, which I actually have one of those on my wrist. And I can tell you that, yeah, it works. Testing of HRV and SpO2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a little demo on my Coros Apex 2 Pro. In the Coros setup, essentially the HRV tracking data is within the app, and so you can check out your own HRV tracking data throughout your app. And it works best when you do it at night or leave your watch on during the night. And often the apps will require 4 to 5 days of consistent data to get the patterns, and it'll show you that recommended range often of where you should be sitting as you're training, and your cardiovascular and your breathing capacity increases. So in the Kairos Apex 2 Pro, to get into it, I hold down on this bottom button for about 2 seconds, and that opens up the menu where you've got resting heart rate, battery, metronome, all of that good stuff. And we'll come back to, there's a wellness check, broadcast heart rate, but we want the oximeter. So as you can see here, this is the oximeter, and right now I will do a test. So what it does is it takes a measurement for a few seconds, and it measures a period of heartbeats over a period of time to understand the variability. As you can see, it's just counting down here. It's measuring. And there you go. Even though it's on the computer screen, it says that it's, how can I get it to show? It's 98%. So that tells me that my blood right now is saturated with 98% oxygen, which is crazy. So right now, I don't need to breathe heaps to increase that. And even if I did, I couldn't get any more oxygen into my blood. And that's where, when we overbreathe, we hit hyperventilation, and the body shuts us down to try and stop that, because it just can't get any more oxygen in, and it needs to increase the level of carbon dioxide. Balancing data and intuition. Insights, not reliance. While smartwatches provide valuable insights, it's crucial not to become overly reliant on these devices or check them obsessively during training. So like I mentioned, I haven't trained with a smartwatch for the first 30 years of my life, and I have found it fascinating when you might be at a park run or a social run, and you've got people around with lots of smart technology, and they're jogging along, and all they're doing is this the whole time, okay? And so unless you have like a specific training need to really look and understand that, because you might be doing a low heart rate run or something like that, the act of checking gets you out of rhythm. It can send mental signals to your brain that, oh my God, my heart rate's really high. It can do all sorts of things that aren't actually conducive to just feeling into the movement, right? And so what I'll encourage you to do, if you do have one of these smartwatches, is really use it for insight and not reliance, okay? Feeling into our bodies is the number one tool that we have to be really effective in our training and our running, and check out the data afterwards. Autonomy and sensory awareness. The ultimate goal is to develop a sense of autonomic breathing and bodily awareness. This means being in tune with your body's signals and adjusting your breathing and running technique based on how you feel. How you feel is king. It doesn't matter what your watch says. Unless you're experimenting with specific breathing techniques, it probably won't change the game. Learning specific tools within your body, such as extending exhales, different breathing rhythms, different breath hold techniques, or working on warm-ups or cool-downs or downhill or uphill techniques within your breathing and your running, will actually be the number one thing that you can do to impact the little data that displays retrospectively on your watch. So try and be proactive, feel into your body, use the breathing tools from this course, and that'll be a far better measure of success throughout your training. Supportive data. Use the data from your smartwatch as a supportive tool rather than a crutch. Let it guide your understanding and improvement, but prioritize developing your ability to sense and respond to your body's needs independently. Going long. The longer you go, the greater the complexity. For example, I trained for the UTA 50 and TUM 100 completely on intuition, but a watch definitely could have helped. So yes, I trained for the UTA 50 and I did that in I think about 6 hours and 20 minutes, or maybe 18 or 17 minutes was my time on the clock. And I did all of the training building up to that, no watch, just phone, logging Strava, Ks and time. And I did the same for the Tarawera Ultra Marathon 100 kilometer race. All of the training leading up to it, which I was logging regularly over 100 kilometers a week or 60 miles per week. And then it wasn't until race day where I actually reflected post the race that I could have actually probably benefited from a watch. And the main reason wasn't for heart rate, it was probably actually for splits at the end of it. And what happened in that race is I came in just after 12 hours. And what was really interesting is obviously race environment. I'd never done 100 Ks before. My training had gone really well. I was feeling really confident in my ability and my body. And I just set off into a comfortable pace. Obviously no watch to tell me how I was going. Yes, I had my phone and my Strava, but I wanted to leave that because I had to run for 12-ish hours, right? And I had a little thought in my head that I could go for a sub 10 hour, and I thought it was possible based on my training and what I'd done, but also considering that I'd never been past 60 kilometers in one run. I'd done the duration of time, like 12 hours on my feet. I'd done less kilometers, more vertical. I'd done all sorts of different simulations. So I had a fair idea that my body was probably capable of going sub 10 hours. And then on race day, I just sort of switched off, went with the flow, felt into my intuition, my fueling, everything. And I made a plan and I was going through that in my run, and I was just checking in on like core times that I was at aid stations, and I was doing well. And it turns out, looking back after I'd finished the race, I completed the first 50 kilometers of the race in 4 hours and 20 minutes. So it was the fastest 50 Ks I'd ever done. Maybe the sixth aid station was at about 60 Ks after this big 20K section that was some solid vertical, and you drop down this massive drop into the aid station. And I was ahead of schedule by probably 15 to 20 minutes. I took some time at that aid station and then went back into it. And to get out of there, you had to go up this big hill, and that was pretty much at the 60K mark, which I'd never been past before in my body. And it then took me essentially 8 hours, twice the time it took me to do the first 50 Ks to complete the last 50. And so I think the lesson there for me was that if I had have had a watch that had have just told me my pace as I was going consistently, I probably could have done a sub 10 hour and gone slower in the first 50, stored more energy in the bank, and then succeeded in that last 40 far more successfully. But hey, these are all lessons and understandings that we experience when we do things we've never done before. So it was really amazing to have that experience. And one of the first things I purchased after the Tarawera 100 was actually a smartwatch. One, so I can understand a bit more about the heart rate and stuff like that with my breathing. And then two, also for pacing and doing a bit more technical training and things like that moving forward. So that was my lesson. And yeah, what I can still say though is that through that training, you can do it fully on intuition if you're conscious of your breath, conscious of technique, and have a plan and stick to it, and check in with your body when it's tired and when you need to recover. It's totally possible without the smart tools. In summary, HRV is an indicator into our autonomic nervous system which controls heart rate. Specific oxygen, SpO2, is the level of blood oxygen saturation. Remember, at rest, this is generally 95 to 98%. Simulating altitude, nasal breathing simulates altitude training. So when we reduced the volume of air that our lungs can take in at normal sea level or lower levels or less altitude. Essentially, that increase in pressure in our lungs can simulate altitude training for our body, which makes it a really powerful ally and a really powerful tool in our training. The goal: run and recover on full intuition, ditch the watch. Please share the course if you found this valuable. Let's start a revolution and change runners' lives together. You can follow on Instagram, YouTube, for exclusive content at Skeletal Freedom. Today's quote: "We shall not cease from exploration. At the end of all our exploring will be to arrive at where we started and know that place for the first time." T.S. Eliot, Four Quartets. Now, I don't know if T.S. Eliot ran or not, but the discussion that we've been talking about today is smart technology and our body's intuition and our primary sensory systems and the natural tools that we can train to unlock or give us insights in those. What he's talking about here is that as human beings, we'll never have a desire not to explore, whether it's our edge or another further run or a new country or a place or relationship, all of those things. But at the end of all of that exploring, often it's very interesting to observe where we come back to where we started, and we will almost experience and know that place for the first time once again. So I encourage you to use your fascination with the technology as a tool, but hold in your heart and maybe in your lungs just the thought that maybe one day I could do most of this training without the smart device. So hope that helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next module.